YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Kick, and Rumble. All live, all simultaneous. Just checking to make sure everything seems to be here. Yes, that is right over on Kick. Okay. Good. We will be playing, yes, Hearts of Iron here very shortly. And wow, okay. Let me come here. I want to adjust this a little bit. Right. Let's pick that up to here. I want to see. Says there are people watching over on Rumble. Hello, anybody out on Rumble? Yeah, let's do that over there. Right. Cool. Cool. Oh, it looks like it's gone down to 1. Trump's great. Biden's bad. Will that get mine? Rumble is a rather political place, but hopefully it just grows to being a YouTube alternative because I don't like monopolies. They're bad for everybody. All right. Well, let's see what we're going to do here before we start and make an episode. We're going to try to keep those on the episode, watching on the episodes, things watching quickly. First, I need to refamiliarize myself. Okay, we're doing the Ribbentrop Molotov pack. I wanted to see where we were on progress. I knew that that was what we had been doing. Okay, so we've got a little while. We're recruiting and deploying more units. Don't quite think this is enough, but it's what we have. That is somewhat historical in that sense. Okay, we have a line of fortifications and troops here facing France. Level 6 fortress. Notice some of them are higher than possible because of the events given. Okay. Level 5, level 4, level 4. And you can see that some of these, that's pretty dangerous. Some of these areas are easier to breach. Wow, that's a level 12? No, 4. I clicked on the France. 4, 4. Now, historically, the west wall went all the way up to here. It got weaker, obviously, as it went north, but yeah. And there are some decisions and events dealing with that. I know continuing it here, I've decided not to pay that, including the civilian factories, Baden, Saarland, Mosul, okay, Rhineland. Now, I think most of them are still continuing down here. Yeah, no, they really did continue it more north here. So that would be a good historical option. Okay, so I hope, against the AI, we've got the west wall relatively secure. We got a small force up here, sort of getting ready to go into the Netherlands someday, and some garrison units. But hopefully that will be enough. And I guess, well, we got to think about going after Norway here with our limited number of mountain units. Okay. I know Germany did attack from up here as well as down here into Poland, but multiple reasons. I really like pushing down here. Now, one thing I want to look at is supply mode here. Okay, so 22 out of 80. That's okay. 22 out of 60. So we are got plenty of supply. So let's get some of these divisions over here, because that's where we need them next. And to okay, we're going to leave all the Totenkopf standard to just sort of standing around. They are reserve and occupation kind of guys, as well as other reserve units. Okay, it says there's a few people out there watching. Very good. Or just a few. And Arno is here. No, sorry. You're cool and all, but you're not my god. My god. Motorized Infantry Division. Give you to Guderian. No, Guderian and Hopner's commands are well intertwined here. Ah, well. Arno is right now having delusions of adequacy. We don't need you standing right here and you standing right there. Let's see about... We got some garrisons along here that... Oh, no, I guess you could come ashore right there, so we'll leave you there. But I am glad to have you here, Arno, so that's good. One parachute division here. Now, where? There's some of the other Darien units, right? Okay, I think we have enough to hold in East Prussia. That's mostly what we do there. This is what I do there. Now, Von Welch there, and Wiesbaden there, and more Guderian, and Modal, and who's this over here? Oh, okay, Modal. Now, you can join Modal's force, because you're right down there near his command area. I think we could use our Maximilian here. That's what people call him. Hey, Maximilian? Or do they just call him Max or Minimum? Or... And you're over there too. Well, very good, Arno. Glad to have you on YouTube as well. Okay, I think I'm going to drive a bit more this time to cut off Danzig, so you go to there, and you go to there. Not so much to attack Danzig, to cut it off. Right, okay, well. There we go. But Arno has not yet said hi on Kick or Rumble. Maybe he has Twitter, but I don't look at Twitter in the middle of the live stream. I look afterwards, but not an easy way for me to follow all of that. Well, refit, form. Oh. Well, let's wait for that. There's too many forces pushing this down. Oh, let's look at. Oh. Okay, transport trucks, we are down considerably. Medium tanks, we are down. All right. Okay. Never, Arno says. Well, good. Well, you can get drunk. I'm not, but you can. Let's make sure you can get railed on, but use up tanks. That's an idiotic system. Use up equipment in doing things. All right. Well, let's get making an episode here. This is what we came here to do, isn't it? Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing. No, I don't like this start. Hold on, we're going to stop this start. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and if this isn't welcome back, but welcome, hey, I hope I earn your subscription today. And everyone, I hope you can smash the like button. It really does help. Okay, well, we're going to continue here. We are, of course, playing Hearts of Iron Black Ice, Hearts of Iron 4's Black Ice. And we are getting ready to go to war with everybody. And that is sort of going to be the thing. Now, we need to get some of our air prepared. What do we have? Not enough. I know that. Okay, okay, well, we do have some fighters, some D and C and older B model 109, some Czech aircraft. Oh, we have a bunch of Emils too hanging out here. Okay, good. A little bit, well, okay, we got some. I've just sort of been letting these build and not been organizing them into anything. And we've been upgrading some of our bombers, naval. All right, well. Let's set up a fighter squadron there. Let's look, well, because we might be facing fairly early on some enemy air activity here in the west. So one thing I think I want to do here is let's grab one of our, they'll do replacements for others. Okay, so heavy fighters to go after bombers here in the west. Okay, they've done Arizona's a bit different here, but that's all right. Let's go with another batch of meals here. And I wish it stayed right where. Okay, well, let's come down to here. I think they'll upgrade to better ones. All right. So, I know these aren't trained. Not going to be great, maybe. Okay, there we got some. I think those are meals up here to watch the northwest. Let's come over here. Well, we can't guard everything. Hey, John, good to have you here. Okay. Let's look up here. No, that's the weather. I mean, this game in some way is so sophisticated, and I just wish, well, no, I should just play it slower, maybe. Okay, so we have a squadron of Emils. That's what they like. The 109E. They got nicknamed by the Germans the Emil. So that's what I sort of call them. I was sort of the standard advanced type fighters, you know, in 1940, basically. And we also have some Stukas, two different variations here, but yay. Up here, so we've got the north sort of covered there. Down here we have some bombers, but older ones. Okay. Let's come down here, because we do want to win the air war here as well. And no, I do not feel comfortable that I have enough of everything. I really wish it would just stay on. You will refill with some other fighters. There we go. So, okay, well, we have some of those there. Okay, what do we got? Okay, so updated. What are, okay, these are casts. Okay, it's a mix of stuff. Well, we don't need them really up there in northern Germany. So let's get these guys down to here. How big is this airbase? Okay, that airbase is very big. So let's move these to here. Okay, a lot of medium bombers, older Dorniers. Okay. You can see their operating range. Oh, this already has way too many. Okay, so what? These are interceptors are considered? Okay. Arado interceptors. Don't know what they're going to intercept, but let's move them up to Berlin area. Help the overstacking. Don't know that we need. We've also a good bunch of 109s to the Berlin area. We will put those fighters there. Now, that's where we were. We have lots of, let's put them all to here. We have lots of air base space there. Okay, now we're talking some good, okay stuff. The earlier E models of the Heinkels. I think this is going to become our main aerodrome. And close support. Okay, a bit older stuff here. Okay, that's going to be filled up. How are we doing? Okay, we've got, let's put you to there. And what Arno is saying, don't forget to send out your naval. Oh, yeah, and one thing I thank you for sort of reminding me too. I need to send out my submarines before we get going on all this stuff. Okay, hopefully this is interesting. Okay, I know, okay, yeah, we're going to put this and this and this and this. Click over here on avoid. I think that will be good. I think down here we're going to put a never. So this way we have no convoys coming through here at the start. I think we should also do this on avoid. So unless because that way they will attempt to go around. Now, one thing I had hoped to do is to get them into my faction beforehand. I think they will come in anyways, but I would put them in the faction quote-unquote axis by this time historically, and how do I put this? Sort of jumping topics slightly. The national focus tree. And yes, I know things can change and people can use things in different ways, but it was sold to me as a combination of two things. One, a roadmap. Like if you want to get to, establish the Africa Corps, you need to come down this tree. If you want to get to whatever you've got to, you want to help develop Italian refineries, you've got to do this. So roadmap for players who don't know history, who don't want to play again and play over again the same thing. So just to learn it. So I understand that. And I also understood that it was meant to be make choices. So you can't do everything. Okay. And I understand that too. I am not against that idea. But when I look around here, and I haven't done this, and this could have been done back in 1938, and this was basically done historically. There seems to me to be a lot of, especially some of these tactical air efforts here, a lot of things that were done historically that I can't do. And yeah, I know I overly focus here, but I'm only finally getting down to here, and some of these things, could have been done back in 1938. Now this one has to be done at war. I mean, it could have been done at the beginning of 39, but only at war. So, and I fully get the idea of you want to focus on Heinkel or Doignier here for tactical air efforts, or you want to do Heinkel or Messerschmitt here. Who do you want to focus on as one or the other? Not that you can't build both sets of aircraft, but you only get to focus on that. So for me, knowing this and looking around here and here, I guess we can do both Plan Z and U-boat effort, as in they're not mutually exclusive. They did not, obviously. I mean, this was the plan to do, but they did not focus on this enough, I guess, really, to do this. But I don't know, surface raiders. So what I would do is I would add a few more, shall we say, conditions, like dates, or like you're at war, like they have, so that you can do more of these things, you know, and get done through them without delaying things like getting to the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Because they've called it national focus. And there was things, can you do more than one national focus at a time, was asked way back, you know, in the early, before the game was released, when they were talking about them. And no, well, this was the nation focusing on something, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, but the nation isn't focusing on Ribbentrop-Molotov. It's a few diplomats, okay? It's not the nation. So, establish the Gestapo. Why haven't I gotten this a long time ago? And things like that. So, a lot of these are, I just don't see them as national focus, but I do sort of see them as things to do. And you can't do all of them, maybe, but you shouldn't make most of them, where am I going to get time for 60 days, 60 days, 60 days, to do the Enigma things with everything that I'm doing? And Germany had great advantages because of that Enigma, but it was also a failure in that Germany was overly confident in the Enigma, so they knew that the Enigma wasn't why their submarines were being found, for instance, because they can't possibly break Enigma. Well, they didn't know that fairly early on the Brits got an Enigma, and they periodically did change the rotor settings or whatever. I don't know all the details of the stuff, but it wouldn't necessarily take the British, say, since they did have an Enigma, more than a few weeks or something to sort of catch up. And then they could go back and read all current messages and go back and read other messages to confirm what's going on. So it was both a blessing and a curse. Now, it could have been just a blessing in that if you knew not to trust everything to Enigma, to not to use other additional means of keeping things locked down. Flak defense focuses. Okay, well, let's see. If what you're looking at is when you type that in over here. Okay, now this is another thing. I got the flak zones. These are flak zones in these regions. So now the only one that I know that was really heavily done, again, that I know, please, everyone new and old here listening, listen carefully what I have to say. I don't know everything about World War II. God, I don't know that anybody can. And I don't mean even minuscule things like every little letter written home. I mean just, read all the books. I don't know that it's humanly possible to read all of the books written on World War II, So we're just talking published media. There is so much. Now, you can read a hell of a lot of them. I know I have. But I don't know that you can read all of them. So that's just published media and a bunch of stuff, because I do have, because I found one article and it was sent to me and whatever. So I keep periodically getting fed stuff in like Finnish on Organization Tote up in Finland, and I can sort of kind of use Google Translate to, because it's in PDF format, just articles, and these are research papers. So there is so much out there I don't know. Now I know a shit ton about World War II, but there's so much more to know. The one area that I know that really did have a Luftflak zone built significantly before the war starts is here. So I don't know why And I don't know why. I mean, maybe they have good reason, but why did the flag zones up in the north start first and then here and then here? But where this was really sort of considered part of, because this is Rhineland and Saarland, part of it's all in here, um, part of the West Wall uh, formation here. So, um, and a bit down here too. Well, I would say this, maybe a bit down here. And so that was done. Now, maybe they also did other ones that I just haven't read about. Yeah, so much to know. But so I like all the stuff that they've done here, but they really because I haven't been able to take over these things, and these things would have been done damn quick. I mean, these were done damn quick and got organized in. So they really should be reduced down in numbers of days. Really should be. Especially if they're thinking, I don't know about fuel storage. That's something I want to do while I have access to trading for lots of fuel, and we've gotten full there. Um, I would want to do this before the start of the war, but some of these synthetic refineries might be real, and coal liquefaction really might be historically something that happened later than now in February 1940, and that's fine. And maybe I have pushed on a few things, but I haven't been able to do the Volkswagen thing yet. So I'm just saying, and I don't think I've overly haven't even done Penemunde yet, and it was done. So I mean, it's just all this stuff, and again, um, I know there's 11 people here and over on YouTube and Twitch, because that's the only where I get numbers reported on that thing, and 0 over on Kick and 7 over on Rumble. Hello, Rumble people. I have made a mod called Third Reich Events. I know those of many have been around here for Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3. So I've done a deep dive into all of these subjects, as deep as you can with reading, books, not going to archives. And, I don't read German or whatever, and I have not gone through the National Archives. So either ours or other nations. So no, but fairly deep dive in all this stuff. And so I know it fairly well. And now, okay. And see here's a good idea here, but I don't know that 25 and 60 days. Well, maybe six. Okay. Okay. Here is sort of the problem. This is what I guess, if you will. Now, you don't have to do either one of these things, but this was sort of the opinion that Hitler and a fair amount of the German High Command, which Eastern Front initiative, once the invasion, was the AI aggressiveness, front behavior of the front. Okay, attack bonuses against the country, Soviet Union defense bonuses against the country. So I guess we get good bonuses for 90 days going into their kick in the door, and that's what was thought to be the war with the Soviet Union. Prepare for long winter war. Here, add stability, which is a reduction. Add war support, which goes once we launch the invasion, the Soviets will receive Eastern Front initiatives, organization when moving, winter attrition, aggressive front Soviet Union. Okay, attack bonuses against. Adds technology winter logistics and grants logistics companies negative, which are there, and plus transports needed. So okay, now I don't know that 60 days is unreasonable for preparing for a long winter war. Against the Soviet Union, and this is for going, quick, going in hard and fast. 25 days. I'm not. But the problem is not so much the length here; it's the length combined with all this other crap going on. It's 60 days out of all of that. And we can even go out. Out of all of that, 60 days. Oh my God, that's 2 months. Now, it's not necessarily that 2 months are a bad prepare time. What it should be, and I know I'm talking like I know everything, and I don't. But okay, have an effect of reduction in like civil factories or military factories or both for a little while to represent because logistic companies, 10 plus 10% transport units needed, and or something like that to simulate that. So I don't know. It just 35 days, 35 days, 35 days. A Lion Kingdom of Hungary, 21 days. Bridge building here, okay. You can just see that all of these are just too many days that I'm just going to, you know, establish the Africa Corps and go, oh, well, there's, quote unquote, choices to be made. Yeah, but you've given me too many choices that are historical, that meaning that happened historically and not were like mutually exclusive, like we could see about, again, Kriegsmarine, oh, yeah, here, Plan Z or U-boat effort, where are you going to focus? This was the basic sort of pre-war focus. This is why Raider had so few submarines, and this is what the focus becomes later on. They sort of switch paths, if you will. Um, but yeah, some of these kind of things develop new battleship designs, and going, down some of this might be a bit, you know, should be mutually exclusive and not do everything. Yeah, I know. Gamer has his stuff. Okay, so let's get back to planning our air. Okay, so close air support. Let's move you to here. Okay, flying boat, tactical bombers. Let's move you to here, get you somewhat closer to the theaters of operations. You're heading down there, you're heading there. Okay, you can stay right where you are and operate in Poland just fine. No. Let's come down to here. And let's put old fighters down here. And we need to, let's come over to here. And this is what Arno and I are going to get back onto the Navy here in the submarines in a moment. We want to, can we not have more flying boats, or did I just scroll past them and not paying attention? Yes, I did just scroll past them and not pay attention. Bottom, we got these guys. Forming those units to operate there. Well, These guys operate around there. And back to submarines. Okay. Okay, I do want to operate submarines at the start. So let's select here. I've never learned this interface well. Okay, these are all okay, what type 7s. Okay, these are all type 7s. So let's create a new theater, and we're going to sure this all made sense to somebody. Create a new task force. All submarines. And select. We're going to move them to new theater. That way we're getting them out of command of whoever else here. Okay, what BF do you have? Okay, we currently are making, oh, how are they? We're way down here. The D model. So we have some C's, I believe, but we're currently making the D. Arna? Also deploy your surface fleet outside of Poland to engage and destroy. Yeah, we will see about that. But let's get back to here. Okay, so interorder. Okay, these are all just checking for the type. They're all type 7A. So well, let's go with 20. These are a lot more. See, now we got so many more of these than historically. All right, so we've got 20 in that task force. Let's come up here and select this, and let's create another task force. And let's go for another 20. Okay, so we've got these three. Hey, IKB, my friend, how you been? Oh, and hello over German Vandal. How you doing? Good to see you over on Kick. Don't have many people over there. Yeah, I read it as what you meant to say. And hello. Good to have you over there. I am trying to watch chat on everyone. So if you're new over on Kick, hopefully you follow over there as well. All right. So with these submarines, I could come out here and try to fight the British in a strategic, operations against everyone. Been busy with work and life in general. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Glad to hear that. I hope things are going well. The busyness is a good thing. So let's look here at no. What do we? How do we have 14? Oh no, we have one over here. Okay. Can we give? Okay, we've got. Let's give Otto here these. I don't know how useful it is for me to try to operate at this stage against the British in the Atlantic. Now, once I get ports here and not having to go up and around, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. But I definitely want to, okay, move these as another fleet. Now, these are earlier stuff that the Germans continue to use as training subs, but we are going to set them up. Oh, this is going to use lots of fuel. Well, I'm going to wait a little bit. Okay, we got a few more days, and I don't think. Well, okay, I've been going back and forth as I'm here. All right. Let's put you out to the Iberian coast, and oh, okay, hold it. What am I doing here? I don't know. No, we don't want to delete task force. I think I sent too many. Okay, who? This is when Gamer starts going. Which fleet is this that's going? Okay, yeah, I think, but okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I want to, stop you. Trash your orders. How do I cancel your orders? No, moving to the Iberian coast. Fuel, no. Okay, well, are we, you're both, no, I don't want you both there. I want you to be here. Okay, and there we go. Again, convoy rating, and you, I want you to also be convoy rating. Oh, I want you to be convoy rating. Oh, come on. Let's right, okay, right click. There we go. This fleet, convoy rating here. There we go. So they'll go out there and convoy raid. Hopefully avoiding the worst of what's going on. Okay, what's I could be saying? I wonder, can you get to the surface fleet into the Mediterranean before? Unfortunately, I've not been able to establish Italy as part of the Axis, so no. I can't do that. It would be, I wouldn't put the main surface fleet. I might put some surface vessels. What I would put would be some submarines into the Mediterranean if I practically could. So I cannot really do that, unfortunately. Now, okay, so we're going to grab this force and we're going to create, okay, it's its own fleet here. These guys are going to, okay, we're going to convoy raid here. That way, any sort of trade or supplies going to Poland will be cut off. We're going to get some of these old coastal submarines, as they would sort of be called, here. Convoy raid. You're going to use fuel, though. I know. Okay, we'll wait on some more of these, but we'll get those guys out there. There's several on passenger trains. Well, okay, we have a few Europeans here. Some real Europeans and some sort of kind of, I don't know if you want to call them fake Europeans, meaning British. I don't consider British really Europeans. I mean, yeah, they all have, yeah, I know. But somehow, And I know the Scottish and the Irish are a bit different than the English, but somehow I really do feel that the people of Britain are different than the people of the continent. I mean, they're not as different as Chinese people or Russians, than Central Europeans. But I would almost say the British are almost as different from the French and the Germans as the Russians are different from the French and the Germans. And again, I don't want to make this about race. This is just about national character. What do you guys feel about what's going on in France right now? What do and type in chat, or if you're watching later, how do you look? What do you look at that and think? And I'm just getting imperfect. Look, when there's one burning building, even if it's a pretty big building, and all the camera is looking at that one building. Oh, how terrible! The city's burning down. And if you were to pan around all the rest of the 360 degrees, yeah, there may be people running around, but there's no fires and there's nothing being destroyed. So yes, we see some definite serious destruction happening, but it might be as a percentage of the town, less than 0.1%. I get that, but still, how do you Europeans and pseudo-Europeans view what's going on in France? And is this just going to be the new normal? You're just going to live in Mad Max world? I mean, is that what Europe is planning on doing? I mean, really? I don't know. I don't know if you guys feel like replying to it. Maybe you're afraid to because it's politically incorrect. I don't know. Not that the Americans can't say something, but obviously we are a bit removed from the situation. Now we've had our own viewpoint or similar sorts of things. Okay, let's get you heading up here as well. All right, well, finally now, I know after all this, we are close. We're moving a clock, but we've been doing real work and getting things organized for the coming war. Okay, our trade routes are somewhat improved here. Okay, I'm also going to remove the here from avoid unless you've been told to go there. So that way, and we're going to also do this avoid unless you've been told here. So that will get longer shipping routes, but we'll get them away from being too close to that. The French Revolution's consequences have been a disaster for humanity. Yes, absolutely. But I see there were riots. I don't know how many people, or how many buildings were burnt a few weeks or a few months ago. And then you look at the Yellow Vest movement that was, a couple of years ago. And yeah, there was a little bit of trashing of cars. And yeah, there's a little bit of what's going on. But I see the level of destruction and the level of violence different between those two. Hey, Singh. So, you're absolutely right about that, IKB. I'm doing very well. That's no problem. You probably got busy things to do. Okay, so now we've adjusted. Look, people, and I know a few people probably aren't watching this, like Lawless, that just hate Hearts of Iron 4 and still love Hearts of Iron 3. But, my God, you can't do this in Hearts of Iron 3. Now, the way I would have presumed to do this, without knowing programming and without actually making a game, I would have just said, draw a path for convoys or something, and whether it's sea zones or actual, sea tiles path is how I would, either leave it up to the AI or if you wanted to do that. But this works too, as saying avoid certain areas. We're avoiding these areas here and we're avoiding these areas. And the reason they're orange is because I've also told submarines to be in these areas. So unless they have specific orders, they will avoid that area. And so things like that really mean that Hearts of Iron 4 is a I was going to say an improvement. It's not entirely improvement, but it definitely there are major improvements that aren't happening with 3. Hello, amazing. You love the as much as I do. I've never been to the Iberian coast. I'd love to visit it. I don't know both the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. From photographs, it looks good, but it doesn't necessarily look any better to the Italian coast, which I have visited, and definitely not any better than the California coast, which I live on. Basically, I mean, I don't like literally. I used to be able to throw a stone from from my front yard and hit into salt water, sort of not the actual ocean, but sort of inner harbor area. So I've lived very coastally much of my life there. So yeah, no, I wouldn't. You don't get too much. Yeah, and sort of LA area. Well, there's some very beautiful out in the Palos Verdes Peninsula. Very beautiful coast there. Some of it is, harbor and whatnot, of course, but you get there some very beautiful there, and all this stuff is as good as anything that I've ever heard of. But yeah, but I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it is not better than where I live. But I'd love to see the Iberian coast one day. So what do you think about a few months ago? Are you talking? I'm not sure. The Manipur. I actually have some of the Manipur stuff. I saw the video that the Indian Army put out um, uh, showing how the quote unquote women, the innocent women were supporting the rioters and people with guns and whatnot. I don't know. Modern or 90s ish Hoi 4. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I looked at that. Sorry, Sing. Uh, I have looked at some of the stuff that I'm just not as interested in modern as I am in World War II, however good it may be. And I may play some of that, okay, someday. Okay, so we've got a synthetic rubber factory coming along. We've got another civilian factory. Let's take a look at our trade situation. That's okay. So we are bringing in from France chromium. Why are we doing it from France? I don't know. Let's cancel this. Let's see if we can bring in some from Turkey, because we're getting ready that we're going to likely go to war with France. Okay, we're bringing in no steel. Bringing in some tungsten from Sweden. We are bringing in Belgian rubber, and we've been shut out of Dutch rubber, including actual Dutch rubber here, which I think is maybe a bit gamey. Mm, so we're going to eventually here need, just even at this use rate, 30 rubber produced locally, because I don't see till we get down to Italy is getting a little extra from their colonies, I presume. Okay, aluminum we're doing just fine with currently, and oil we are okay. We are well. We're starting to use some oil, so we're gonna see it. We're getting a bunch in from. Let's look at Slovakia. If we were to click down and click up, okay, it gets us up to our 19. Good. We want to get all that we can from there. Great. Now back to here. Okay, so let's do another, and I know there are some decisions and national focus that will get us some more. Oh no, cancel that. I meant to do some synthetic refineries. But let's get another one building there. Be amazing if you would try new mods of Hawaii. Yeah, well, this I'll get to things, Sing. It's been more than a year since I played Black Ice, and so this is the first time I'm back in Black. And I think, which is what we're trying with all that rubber here. Let's more trucks. Okay, more trucks. More trucks. We need more trucks. Okay, we're actually gonna, well, let's take a look quickly here at motorcycles. I was just gonna, okay, we've got 6,000 motorcycles. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna reduce motorcycles, which will reduce our rubber use. Let's look at light anti-tank. Okay, 2,000. Okay, do we need to activate anti-tank on? No, these are handheld anti-tank. Radio equipment. We may do radio equipment here. Let's look at that in a moment. Okay, so let's reduce this down. And we will add 2 more to trucks, which does get us down there. Now, prime mover and heavy transport trucks. Let's take a quick look there. I know I have the one there, which isn't really doing us anything, and we'll leave that there. But what I think we will do while we can is come back over here. And grab from the Kingdom of Siam another rubber. And this way we will do that. Now, how are we doing? One. Wagons, okay, 6,000, but I don't, okay. And I also needed to look at radios. Where's radios? Okay, 5,000. Support equipment. I don't, well, I know I see shovels and things and whatnot. Okay, let's. Why does need so much aluminum? I don't know. Whatever. Let's do another truck here. Yeah, I know this is exciting watching me scroll through all of this. But hey, okay, radios. We're getting a load of radios being built right now. I know these are obsolete, but I'm going to keep producing them for the moment. Well, we don't have rubber for that. But I'm hoping now with opening up that greater trade, we'll get that in. With that and everything else. Okay, so we have 6,000 or 5,000 radios. Okay, and so we're going to do that and that. Oh, it's not letting me do that. Maybe I need something. Also for your AT guns, yeah. You don't need convoys to trade with Turkey. Yeah, you shouldn't need that at this point. Because we're not at war with any of these nations here. You know, obviously, if like you're at war with Yugoslavia and Bulgaria, you might need convoys, but now it's interesting. One thing that, I mean, when I talk about things recently, I noticed some of you that you're young and recent is last month, but I've you know, semi-seriously to very seriously studied World War II for 40 years. I'm not that, but recently I've only, you know, in the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, found out that the level, and I've been thinking as I've been playing here, is about uh, the sort of trade situation with Belgium, or, well, no, with the Netherlands and Britain influence. Well, the British were actually boarding and impounding vessels in the early days of World War II that were moving through here, worrying about trade with Germany. And it's an area that isn't really looked at very strongly, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, yeah, you're right. But I don't know how much German equipment used aluminum like that, you know. And I know what you mean, IKB, like canteens or something. Um, I really don't know because I think a lot of it was specifically used in aircraft and whatnot. I just don't know. Maybe they're just a little too. Hello, Frog Eyes. How you doing? Need tech truck radios. Okay, thank you. You've been a great help, Frog Eyes. Keep it up. Keep it up. Hey gamer, what's going on in the USA? Any special news? Okay. Well, special news in the USA. Okay, well, okay, before we get into that, I know we haven't gotten very far on the clock, but a lot of work done getting ready for the war here. So I want to thank everyone for getting this far into the video. Come back next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yeah, we will be continuing here the live stream. Don't worry, people. I just want to break these into segments. Special news from the United States. Well, some very special things have happened here in the last few days. Let me see if I can remember all of them correctly. They've just been happening so fast. First, we've gotten rid of some official racism in America. We you can no longer use race. This is specific, but would theoretically be applied to every other government thing. And eventually it'll get applied to all government things. But you can no longer use race to determine who gets into colleges. You cannot have racial quotas. Though Harvard has already announced, well, we're going to switch it over from, you know, instead of standardized testing, who can pass the test and or get the best grades, they're going to turn it over to, they're going to add in, instead of racial quotas, they're going to do essays. And so I don't know what the essays are going to be about, like explain your racial background and then just read through them and pick the people with, you know, that have black racial backgrounds. I don't know. But we've gotten rid of racial quotas in universities. So one area in America that already is, but would likely be even more racially skewed out of from the percentages of Americans, are Asians in college, because Not because Asians are smarter, just they study harder than most people, and I've known enough of them back then and other times, that yes, they study harder, and so they get better grades. So I don't think it has anything to do with race. It's just they try harder, and so yeah. So we've gotten rid of that. We have stopped stealing from poor people to give to rich people, in that we are not going to do a $400 billion costing $400 billion loan forgiveness, meaning the government pays back the loans. Taxpayers pay back the loans for, people going through college and with college loans and didn't pay them back. There's been a couple of other big things that may not sound terribly big, but really are. They reaffirmed that you, as a creative process, even if you're a protected class, because we have protected classes in America, like male and female, even if you're of a protected class, you cannot compel somebody to do something creative for you. So you cannot be forced to do something creative. So if you are a homosexual and you walk into a bakery and you want to purchase donuts, you can purchase donuts because you cannot discriminate, which is just fine, and I'm all for that. Because somebody is gay, they can purchase donuts. But if you offer specialty services that, for like a birthday cake, you can make a specialized message. And if you walk in and if you're gay and you want to say, if you want a specialized birthday cake that says, "Happy Birthday, Bobby," well, you'll get a specialized birthday cake that says, "Happy Birthday, Bobby." But if you want a specialized birthday cake that says, "Hooray for being gay, Bobby," and the person behind the counter doesn't like gay people, they're not forced to put that message on it. It would be similar to being if you walked into a Jewish, and they never go to the Jewish people or go to the Muslims or somebody like that. They always go to the Christians. It would be sort of like going into a Jewish bakery and, winning a birthday cake for Hitler's birthday, "Happy birthday, Hitler," and forcing them to be put on the cake. So you're not forced to write a message or make something creative or do something creative for a protected class. They reaffirmed that because this time it was a web designer trying to be compelled to make a gay wedding web thing. I don't know exactly what it was. They just target these businesses to try to prove their point, and the government. And it's not just the individual. The individual goes in and asks for it, and then they go complain to the government, and then the government, local governments, target them because of their ideology. So freedom is happening more in America. And because I do not, I don't care, whether it's your race, your sex, or your sexual orientation. Yeah, you should be able to walk into any bakery or any business, and buy shoes. But if it's a custom shoemaker and he doesn't want to make flaming glitter shoes just because he thinks they're ugly, he may be gay himself or something, but he doesn't want to make flaming glitter shoes. He goes, "No, I don't want to make those kind of shoes. I may stitch messages on some shoes, but I don't want to stitch a message onto a shoe that is objectionable to me, especially when it might have, on the back of it, made by a shoemaker, whether it's Adidas or Nike, somebody major like that, obviously mega size shoemaker, or a small shop. You should not be compelled to do something like that." And so I'm all for non-discrimination of basic services, walking in and buying something off the counter, off the shelf, but asking for something special. And I guess, like for Singh, who I know he said here, so I will repeat this here, his family runs some restaurants in India. I think that's really cool. And he has some that are vegetarian and some that are non-vegetarian. It would be like, and to put it in terms of that, and to understand, it'd be like if you ran a vegetarian restaurant, and I know part of that in India is religious based. Again, I'm not an expert. Oh, hello, pickle. Um, but if you had that as a religious practice that you don't want to, you're a vegetarian restaurant, you don't want to be forced to do, have something with meat or a particular type of meat. Um, to be forced to do it was because some customer walks in and wants meat in their food, and you go, no, I'm not going to do that because also you can eat meat in your life, but I'm only serving you vegetarian food. And that's how significant this is that they were forcing religious people to do something that they found religiously objectionable. Whether you think it should be religiously objectionable or not is another question. But that is the kind of freedom that our country has reaffirmed in the last few days. So those are big things. I mean, they're not like, riots or like happening in France or, big, well, there obviously it didn't happen in America. It happened, right about out here, a submarine imploded with some very rich people on it. It isn't a disaster or an accident or whatever like that, but these are big in the last few weeks, momentous reaffirmations, in my opinion, of good things. So those are what special news is. I don't know that you're getting out there in India seeing. Didn't the SS require racial identity cards or something like that? Okay. Well, they were worried about race and everything in National Socialist Germany for every group, for every organization. What you had to do, and some of the old Kameraden or the Alte Kameraden, the old guys, it wasn't quite enforced on in the early days, but at some point, by more or less 1940, you had to prove your lineage back to whatever legal degree proof means, that it was Aryan. It would be their term. So, and then of course later on, you could be Jewish and be in the SS. Huh? What? You say? Well, so you start out with, hey, you're basically German. You want to join the SS because the SS was just the sort of special protection squad of the SA. Then by 1940, it's obviously its very own special thing, and they're doing all these high-end racial, proof to be, provide family genealogies to prove how German you are. To by the end of the war, we're not going to accept black people, because what happens is, and this is from a long time ago, so I'm sure some of my details are wrong, but in evacuating from elements of France into somewhere into Germany. So this is late 1944, early 1945. I don't have a specific date on it. I think the number is about 600 collaborationists from France, young men or men of military age that are pulled out. Local milice or other sort of militia type people that felt they needed to flee. Well, it was decided at one point to, very quickly, we'll give 300 of them to the Waffen-SS and 300 of them to the army to do with just help with manpower. And supposedly a few of them were, and now maybe Jewish might be in the Nazi sense, overstating it, and that they were maybe what the Germans would only call part Jewish or whatever, because they're all racially stuck up, of course. Those were sort of like overlooked because probably they figured they're going to die in battle anyway. But like the 3 or 4 black men, or whatever, they were rejected and sent back over. The army, you can have them. So, there are a lot of, there's the SS, there's a couple, there's Handschar, Muslim units. Now, they're mostly Muslims from Europe, but there are also another unit made up of Muslims from like out here that are in the Waffen-SS, a lot of other Slavic peoples that are not racially German that are in the Waffen-SS. So Yeah, they get really strict and then they don't get really strict. So it's sort of a, spikes up in the middle and then that sort of that. So it's sort of very hypocritical and weird nonsense stuff, Pickle. So yeah, that's going on. Trump's doing good. The big Trump thing was, he's on audio tape confessing that he had classified files. And then somebody looked at the whole tape, listened to the whole tape, and talked to, I think, the person in the room at the time that he was talking to. Oh, he was referring to an article in Time magazine about classified files. I could have declassified the file that proved that Milley wanted to go to war with Iran, but I didn't do it. I maybe should have declassified the files. That Trump blocked Milley from going to war with Iran, and I could have declassified the files, but I didn't. Not that he had the files here. He was talking about a recent article that was published a week before in Time magazine. So a big hoax against him that he was admitting to having classified files in his possession. No, they weren't in his possession. At least not these files. These were other files that he was talking about. So that's Trump's thing, another hoax against Trump. Okay, let's see. What did IKB? When the Germans occupied Norway, they put a sign in Jessenfort calling the RN pilots over the Altmark incident. After the war, the Norwegians asked the British if they wanted it taken down. The RN said that it could stay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the RN, the Royal Navy is a bit cheeky at times, and okay. So, yeah. He is really famous here. I don't know why, but people say he's he's much better than Biden, I think. I do believe Trump will be the next elected president of the United States, just because I don't know if, if Trump will be the next elected president of the United States. I really think so. Now, he might not be the next president because Biden's health may not. Because when old people start to go, they start collapsing quickly health-wise. And there's signs that Biden isn't doing well. So I don't know, Kamala Harris might be the next president, but not elected. I'm not saying anything like assassination. I'm just saying, oh, hey, health not good. He's, in a coma or something, and somebody else may take over. So, she may take over in the meantime, but we'll have to see on that. All right, well, let's make another episode here. Back to playing here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4's Black Ice mod, and I am really enjoying it here. I do want to thank Tim, Strongarm, Niagro, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, Gary, Garrett, Marcus, Folk, and the Great Hoffmanator for support over on Patreon. But everybody else, I'll ask, say hi in the chat, or, and can you give this video a thumbs up? I really do appreciate it. So thank you for watching. So let's continue this. We are heading towards war. We're doing preparations, like getting some submarines out to start operating. I know it's a little early, but they're out operating now. And they're totally controlling the zones because there is no opposition yet, because we're not at war. Okay, improved military logistics. Very good. We've got our trade with Siam. Okay, we're going to do another thing here. I don't want it going around the Cape Colony, because you had been going through the Black Sea, but we cut that off there. We're going to cut this off here, so that way it will force it out and along this part of the South Atlantic and through here. Let's come over here. And again, to those people, I love you who dislike this but like Hearts of Iron 3, and I really love Hearts of Iron 3, but I couldn't do this in Hearts of Iron 3. So now I don't know what path it would have picked, but it's going to pick a path here to stay out and hopefully stay out of being near Australia, which we may be at war, and maybe they'd have ships there. I don't know, but try to come into here. And so long as the U.S. isn't at war with me here, we might have reasonably secure trade with Thailand. Camel Toe Harris, even worse. Well, she seems as dumb as a rock, and I don't know whether I don't know. She seems when you hear her speak, but at least she seems to you know well recently, I mean, as in the last, I believe, 7 days, but recently, pretty sure it's the last 7 days, President Biden made a very important statement, and it is really important. And you have to understand the level of competency that our current president has. I mean, he's smart, sharp, and with it on the ball. He is so mentally there. He has been assured by his intelligence people that President Putin is losing the war in Iraq. Now, I didn't know Russia was fighting a war in Iraq. Oh, it's just one of those Biden slips of the tongue. No, no. It's just old people and mental decline, and the war had always been the war in Iraq that he criticized Bush for. He was always criticizing Bush for war in Iraq. And Bush is losing the war in Iraq, and we should get out of Iraq just because anything to criticize Bush on. He is just it's like an old broken record. No. Putin's war in Iraq. That's how mentally sharp he is. When he demands us to nuke some country, I hope he gets it right. Okay. Yes, I did hear about that. So, again, saying I don't understand why people off in foreign lands, some other land way off somewhere else, cares about what they believe or their books are. If you were to walk into somebody's church or temple and start doing damage to it, well, that's coming in and doing property damage in your temple. But if somebody owns a book, because they didn't steal the book, they went and bought the book in this bookstore, and then doing something stupid with it, whether I agree with doing whatever to the book or not, that doesn't matter. But I have to look at those people as primitive. I'm sorry, and I know this may include a lot of people in India, that if someone was burning sacred texts, the Mahabharata or whatever from India, I'm sure I'm getting some of that wrong, I'm sorry if I do, but burning some sacred texts that they went out and bought in a bookstore and went and did it in some other country. Why? I mean, I'm not saying they should like it. I'm just saying, why are they getting worked up about it? That some person, because it was just literally some individual, I don't know, that wanted to do this. And yes, the government gave permission, because I don't know why the government needed to give permission. That seems silly to me too. I don't, I have to look at people like that care what people on the other side of the planet, if you will, do to their own property. I just have to see those people as primitive. I just have to see them as primitive people. You know, if you can't take mockery, and again, somebody came, and I'm not Catholic, but if somebody came in and did something really stupid in the Vatican, whether damaging the physical property or doing something obscene or whatever. Yeah, I can understand why people would be upset because they've walked into your place. Because the Vatican City is controlled by the Catholics. It's its own little nation state. So it's a Catholic thing. So anybody coming in and doing, again, it just may be carrying a sign that they don't like, kick those people, because you're coming into their space. So I get that because it's coming in to where you want to do your thing, whatever your thing is, whatever you're religious or, it's like going to a heavy metal concert and somebody starts playing disco music. You didn't come there for disco music. You came there for heavy metal music. So it does, so I understand when people come and get in your face, if you will, and be upset by that. Okay. That coming in and burning a church in France, because there's been a lot of church burnings and they're not, and statistics don't hold out that they're all accidents. The statistics show that they need to be, somebody's causing them, whether they are the French or European left-wing anti-Catholic movement or whether they are the Muslim movement, I don't know, but there's been lots of church burnings in France. So, yeah, coming in and burning a church or coming in and burning a mosque or a Hindu temple, yeah, that is bad because you're going into somebody else's place. And then I understand why Christians or Muslims all over the world would be upset by that because you're coming into their place. But the mere fact that you're up in freaking Sweden, yeah, I know there's a bunch of Muslims living in Sweden, but why people in Egypt or Turkey or wherever are upset by what some Swedes do? To me, that just is primitive people's thought, and I just see people as being primitive when they all get concerned about that. Sending your convoys around the Horn won't help you. The British had the most South American in their unsubstantial capacity. But I don't, yes, I understand IKB, but this is a game, and I don't think, oh, yeah, they only attacked the Swedish embassy in Iraq. You're absolutely right. And I see, again, that's why, and I remember hearing about that, but why people get upset enough to go do that. That this is, I'm not saying they should be happy about that the thing has happened, but that they're going to attack an embassy somewhere in the world, just to me, because and it's not even the government that's doing it, it's just some individuals. Because individuals in Sweden have the right to do things. It isn't like in some countries where the government, if it's happening, the government's allowing it. No, because, and so the government's approving it. No, it's not. And so, yeah, these primitive peoples, and I know I'm talking about the majority of the planet, because this, when including Japan, China, and India, and, well, down here, this is well over half the population of the planet. Okay? Right? Just so everybody knows, half the population of the planet, or well more than that. And I actually think it's something like something sort of like this is almost half the population of the planet, but this here is half the population of humanity, or more than. And considering the size of the world, now obviously this is fucking desert, and there's very few people that can live out here without super modern. Yeah, I know there's desert nomads, but outside of a few desert nomads, and yes, they're primitive people, you really can't live out there. So not every, and of course, Russia really isn't that big, but it's effing freezing up here much of the, year and whatnot. So some areas just aren't as conducive to live on. Oh, and this area is filled with water. It's very hard for too much of humanity to live on, obviously. So, and this is the Amazon jungle, again, which is very hard to live in. So, yeah, some of it is bad geography, but I do know that where people live. But, yeah, I'm talking about a lot of the population that I find as primitive. You can hate me for my views. And, again, it's just because of America and the West. No, it's not because of their race, their skin color, no. It's just the way the education and the culture in which they live in, I find primitive. Maybe I'm wrong, but I find primitive. Okay, What we're going to create, well, okay, hold on. Let's take a look. I was about ready to do it. One of the things that, okay, we're down to only negative 36 trucks. So part of the cost is political power, which I think we should be getting more of. And I haven't refit the 5th Panzer Division because I don't know on trucks and whatnot. We had been quite low on that. Okay, and I like the way, I could deal with this format. I like the way this works. And the reason I like the way this works, and again, you know, yeah, okay, down here, and you can hover over it. You give some of the basics here. And then because to me, the story is important. And I know you guys know this because I talk so much about this. Being able to have, because to me, part of the story is this, the photo, the image, because it has this is a colorized thing. I hate colorized stuff when you're talking about history because this is a lie. These colors aren't correct. Then you may go, well, what does it matter if his sweater is green or yellow or whatever? No, okay, that doesn't matter. But other things do matter, and I don't like lying. So if you find original color photos, great. Or if you can find modern photographs of old things, great. And then fine when you're adding an accent like this that is obviously a modern, whether it's computer generated or other modern graphic things. So that is color is not the problem, but it's a sort of the lie. And when I do thumbnails, that's like a book cover to get you to click on it. But when I made events and images, the image told parts of the story, and I did not want to lie in the story. And so you can read this. I'm not going to read all this here. Part of Panzer Group Kleist, it tells a bit of the history. And so I like, because you could just do this thing here and have it does it, but no, it adds this, and then we do that, and then that gets us. Is this okay? Did we lose? I guess we've lost the watch Truppen, which I thought the watch Truppen also existed, but as a sub element there, I don't know. Template. Okay, so there we go. Has almost no equipment yet. Okay, Ribbentrop Molotov pact. We're getting okay. We're gonna wait a little bit because I think there'll be. Let's give you to Guderian and send you down there. Oh, on the train. New day. Does that mean we got foreign volunteer. Okay, well, I thought there was going to be another event here that happened after, or decision, or thingy. Okay, Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Okay, okay, solution for Danzig, 8 days. Okay, we're March. Okay, we're probably not going to go till April because, well, we still have a fair amount of frozen ground here. We don't need to give them, so we don't need that just yet. Mobilization of the Reich has limited mobilization active. Okay, where are we on? No, it's not looking for, we are at partial mobilization. Well, that's economy. Here we are. Okay, we are doing this. So 4 more days, and then we could do that. So I want that here. Okay, so this focus, it changes in the world, such may affect this focus currently has no. Well, then why are you giving me a focus? This currently. That seems silly. Okay, I don't know. German-Soviet commercial agreement. Again, 35 days for some of this stuff as a national focus. It's not like we're building a freaking West Wall. You know, doing a lot of effort for a lot of people. It's just a few negotiators. So, establish the Gestapo 21 days. Okay, because we're going to need to do this, and then for 8 days. Cannot be canceled manually. Yes. 24 days. So much stuff. Days, 56 days, synthetic rubber. 15 days, maybe we should do that. 28 days, artillery slots, 28 days. I'm going to do this. No, this is going to take too much. We're going to slow us up too much. Yeah, 14 days. We will do this. We will give it the 14 days. Wow, that motorization of here is really took a big hit on our, because we need 420 trucks for a regiment. Seems like a lot. I don't know. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it seems like a lot. If you can put 10 people on a truck, I mean, you should be able to put 20 people on a truck, but 4,000 people? Okay. I forget what okay we had. 1940 was a gun technology or something that came about. You know, we need truck radios and trucks, but I don't think that affects us. I think it was one of these. I forget. Okay, so we could do that 115 days. 8 days. Yeah, let's do 28 days. How is our supply doing? Oh, France bans communism. Oh, I thought France was communist now. I mean, smart move, banning communism. Communism is evil, but okay, construction. Now, okay, this is an all-purpose technology. So what I think we need to do here is truck radios, 90 days. Let's do that. An engineering company. Here we go. Okay. Hmm. 38. Rockets. You go with these, which are obviously already around at this point, but oh no, those are flak. Okay. Heavy anti-air direct support. Don't know how much of those we even use currently. days, static anti-air defense factor plus 20%. That's pretty good. That unlocks a lot of stuff there. Let's do that. We're still going down in stability, and okay, the F model. Well, nice, and I think we did that mostly because we're limited to what we can do. I think we're going to keep the Emil in, just continue to spam it out as much and as quickly as possible. Do we want to do that, or transports, boats? No carrier fighters. Oh, let's do an improved. 110. Yes, we could do that. I know those are obsolete, but we're just producing as much as we can of them. Yeah, I could organize this better. We're going to continue. Right, that's good. Okay, flak defense is good. So now, just checking here. So now we should have, let's come here. We should have flak defenses over lots of areas. We don't have them down here yet. How interesting. Okay, but over a good chunk of northern Germany, we've got lots of flak. That is good. And we've got enough resources. Some might say too much, but all right. Okay, well, March 13th. That happened fast. Maybe I should have a stop of 14 days. That would. Yeah, let's do that. And let's look here. Do we have no? Nothing more that we need to activate. Army experience. Okay, down by 10%. What? Stug 3. Oh, well, yes. Let's do the Stugs. Let's get the Stugs. I'd like to start building them, but we'll wait till. Let's look over here. Okay, we could do that. We expand. We don't have the damn trucks. Okay. How bad are we on the trucks right now? Okay. Well. All right. Because we currently do sort of have. Yeah, I know we have Stugs. Okay. All right. How many field uniforms do we have? 27,000. Well, let's reduce this by 2. Let's reduce this by 1. Okay, so that was 3 if my math holds up, or if I went up there. So there we go. More into trucks. Let's look at heavy artillery. And I am not saying I'm saying far from I don't even know if we're hardly using heavy artillery. So let's reduce heavy artillery down to a production of 1. Or I mean of 2, but reduce it down by 1. I'm watching that number there. Okay. How much do we have in Czech tanks, which are cavalry tanks? Here, I think, or other medium or light tanks. No, okay. Okay, these are the 35. Okay, so we've got a fair number. I think some of these came from Czechoslovakia and some came in our own production. All right. Okay, so what I think we're going to do here is reduce this by 1. We'll keep cranking out one of those. And how are we doing with handheld anti-tank? Do we have enough of those? And I know I'm going to check over there once I see here. Okay, we have 4,000 of those. And do we need to, okay, infantry battalions. No, we still need more of those. Man. Well, I guess that'll be all that we take away from other things to give us more trucks. Part of what I'm trying to do is, while we have the rubber, use it to make more trucks, because we can switch back to making more rifles or machine guns or whatever. And I am not sure that I'm doing a good balance there. Okay, and for national focuses, okay, we're doing the Waffen SS expansion. When we get that done in a few days, we're going to do the Danzig solution, which I think is like 8 days or something. So the war should be starting soon. We are still having more oil than, or fuel than we're using oil. Yes, I'm sure IKB is right about Britain and patrolling down here, but I think it will take it away from, compared to sending the transports through the English Channel, it is much less likely to get intercepted. Okay. Okay, so this is reducing our base stability. I think way too much of this reduces max storage output, resource gain, efficiency. We will do this because we'll need as much resources as we can get. Okay, well, one person liked us out on Rumble. That's very good. Hello, looks like 6 people watching out there. Okay, well, we just got done with building one of our ships, I believe. So, okay, so we have that. Let's throw in another Let's do convoys. I don't think we're making any convoys and okay, we only had one, it looks like. Immediately available. Just tag it over to that. We'll get some more when we capture some ports, submarines, 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 and that, which is also going to be done in just a day. So let's, because we will lose some ships, let's do that. There we go. Yeah, see, now we filled up. No, I'm not. I'm, I know you guys, and it's not often I do just stop and talk, but I still consider this playing at lightning speed. Because if I was playing this on my own, just for my own pure enjoyment, I would be uh, playing very slowly. Okay, so this uh, this is going to be a strike force here, so that and I learned this stuff a lot better. Oh, wait a minute. No, I meant to be okay. That these guys here, escorts. These guys are going to be patrol. They're going to patrol. Let's just select these guys. And these guys are also going to be a patrol here. That way they will be set up to patrol for whatever ships the poles may have. And then we'll bring out the battleships to blast them. All right. Okay. Well, we're getting that civilian factory, which will be useful, done. We just got one rubber factory done, which will be useful. Um, okay. Yeah, I want to look here. Synthetic oil refinery, synthetic refinery, synthetic refinery, synthetic refinery, rubber. Okay, this would get us 2 rubber refineries. Expand Austrian oil. Need to get excavation 3, which I think we just started doing. It would be that. Expand for Bohemia. Well, guys, I think we need to, one for better or for worse, we need to add another rubber refinery to our mix here. However much we might be able to continue to trade with that. Okay. Himmler, okay. We get, oh, wow, okay. Not all of those guys were really generals, but okay, so we now have a bunch more of SS generals. And okay, I think back to military factories, building another military factory. Okay, Singh, very good having you with us here. Having you here. Please come back next week or tomorrow. We're going to be doing War Thunder, of course. Great having you. I really do appreciate you showing up so much, Singh. So have a very good evening. 28 days, 28 days. No, we're almost the end of March because it's April is sort of my target date in my mind. We could do this, but again, this has, oh, effect, limited mobile. Okay, well, we already have replaced limited mobile. Oh, okay, oh, well. With general mobilization, One thing I'm looking for, political power gain -3%, but I'm looking for stability. Age generation support. Yeah, division attack and division defense. Yeah, okay, so that's okay. It said this does nothing, but now we have the mobilization replaced here, and we could do general mobilization, 30 days, 22 political power, one of the world tension. Oh, we're gonna do this now. We're gonna do this now. Why didn't it say that before? I know I wasn't. Well, I don't know. How is my training of divisions going? I'm going to put these out early. I know they're not fully done, but I want to get started training on more divisions. All of these guys, okay. He's Welch is up there. He's going to push from there. He's running Oberfeller, Overfielder. Oberfeller's flashback. Wiesbaden's here. Modal's down here. Modal's pretty big. Yeah, okay, we're going to give the... I may not strictly be needing all of these, but let's get them. I didn't mention seeing that. Let's take a look at the war in China. Pretty good for Japan, not so good for... They're pushing pretty deep in. Now, where is Chengdu? There's the capital, so they're way back there. Yeah, I know I would have pushed down here, which may have also pushed getting the coast. Japan really wanted to control the coast because they knew that, and I don't know how much was coming through this French concession here. Really don't know much about it. Maybe I should look it up sometime. But whether through Macau or through Hong Kong, you could easily have arms shipments show up in Hong Kong and then, quickly, be shipped here or just by train in there. So China was getting a lot of support there, and Japan wants to shut that down. So they really move into the coast, and then they complain about shipments coming through French Indochina into China as well. But so they really push there, and that does have a major effect. So that's what we're not seeing the AI do, but I don't know how much of effect that would have here. Okay, refining oils level 3. I think this is the one we just got here. Okay, so right, we could fuel storage capacity plus 5%. Well, not that we can't use more capacity, we can, but what is this? Okay, fuel can. We are doing it. That's what we needed to do. Civilian works. Okay, now this would help us in weekly stability. So let's 128 days. Fuel civilian consumption up by 1%, but let's do that. Arms deal, we'll sell small APCR. Okay, we have, this is, okay, we're going to send this unit, which, let's take a quick look how well equipped it is. Okay, trucks, heavy trucks, transport trucks. Okay, that's very good. We're going to send that over here as well. Get down there as quickly as possible. What? Oh, it's down here. Oh. Oh, well, okay. Whatever. That was a bit of a mistake. Right. I want to see, because we got a batch new more of some very bad SS. I mean, there's not a good SS, but some really disgusting SS guys came in here. Looking for Ike. Was he one of them? I don't think so, but I'm just looking it up. I don't know why you put in. I refuse to use Oscar there. He is more evil than the standard evil. Okay. Okay, we're going to do the heat ammunition. And because there were two of them that just appeared. And this one here as well. Yeah, I just will grab that, I guess. We're getting close. We're mobilizing the Reich. Okay, we mobilized the Reich. Now we're going to do... Well, let's save this just before we do this. I want to save this. Just because I noticed that it says it can't be manually undone, and or let's just, if there's something going on that once the war starts, go, oh, I needed to do this before the war started, I can go back to this save. This will just take 8 days. And let's look here. Not refitting the 5th Panzer Division, and of course we can't do that. Yes. Okay, Polish question. War grows near. Now, I must say, I criticize Black Ice. I will criticize all mods, all games. I am not a such a fanboy that I'm just going to agree with whatever everything does if I don't agree. If I don't agree, I don't agree. Which are, oh, you're the Garrison Army. Okay. So that is very true. But notice, it's April 1940. We've not seen, even though we've just now done, you know, very recently, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, the Soviet Union has not been grabbing up these territories. So this, compared to World Ablaze, which I'm not going back to until they make serious changes that I don't think they'll ever make. So I'm probably not going back to them. Which were the Soviet Union was even before doing Ribbentrop-Molotov. They were going in here as if it had happened and taking their parts of Poland or taking the Baltic states or whatever. So this is programmed well, Black Ice people. You're doing very well. You're doing much better than some other major mods. So good for you. Very good for you. As they say, credit where credit is due. We'll see if this gets worse or better once we go to war. Okay, okay. Danziger War offer Slovakia for Danzig. We're going to do Danziger War. Poland refuses, and it's war. Are we technically? Okay. Well, before technically happens, let's get some of these guys. You're going to go up over East Prussia and do air superiority. You're going to come over Warsaw region and do tactical attacks. You guys as well are going to come over Warsaw and do tactical. And I just like doing each one of these individually. You're going to come over the Warsaw area and do air superiority as well. Oh boy, we need a, okay, we have 100 there. We're sort of full up there. We can put, here, okay. I want to click out of that, make sure I'm not transferring any formations down there. 17, 6, okay, 60, let's do that. These guys will come over here and go for air superiority over here once we get there. And let's set up another. Let's see what we can do here for types. Okay, I hope it will fill in with earlier models. Let's put you also over Warsaw. Oh, no, you're over here. You're over here. No, I wish they just grabbed the one. Okay, there we go. Now, you guys, here. You guys go up to there. I know it's something of a maybe barely, but and you come over to here. Now from here, send you up to. Well, let's start you out here because we're going to have. Oh, let's go back to here and air superiority. You're going to come over here and tactical, hopefully well enough protected by fighters. I know that may be a hopeful thing. We will hope for that because we'll have these guys also here over Western Poland. Now, you're going to come up here and you're going to not port strike, naval strike, and you're going to also come up here and naval strike. You're going to I don't know that we need air support there, so over the ocean, so you're going to come here and control that. You guys are all tactical bombers, good. So you're all going to come over here. You can see we're going to be heavily bombing, tactically bombing here, so hopefully that's overwhelming. Now, back here, you're going to protect the Berlin area, and you're going to focus on bombers. Now, down here, because we will likely get... Okay, we don't need you down here. Let's send you up to here. And then over here. And tactical bomb, right? Okay. You are going to stay down here. You're going to come up. We're just going to play a defensive operation here. We're going to priority bombers. You're going to priority fighters. Well, I think we probably need you here at there. Now here, you will come up over here and go after them. And you're going to come up over here and do that. Okay, so now we have a fair amount of coverage. They got to fly through here. Oh, down over here. Let's put you up here to area superiority over Austria. I know there are still areas that are unprotected. Okay. Well, let's be somewhat timid here for the moment. Now, okay, one thing I want to check here. These guys, oh, I need to move these guys to bombers. Yeah, bombers. And, well, let's create another group of fighters here to go after fighters when they can. How are we doing for where are heavy fighters? Okay, 83. Okay, what I want to guess I'm going to do here is where are there air bases? Here. Okay. We're going to create, not because you're maybe the best for this. Let's do this. And air superiority here. For when we later project out further, you'll have greater range out into the North Sea coverage or going after Denmark. So let's get that going. Poland refuses to cede. Okay, okay, we are now at war. Right, that's what we are going to happen. And I'm going to take this point to stop the episode. Live stream will continue. I want to thank you all and come back next time for the start of World War II in Europe. Thank you, everyone. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. All right. Welcome back, everyone. This is Gamer 1745 here, and we're playing Hearts of Iron 4's Black Ice mod. Great mod. And hey, if it's not welcome back for you, if it's just welcome, if you're new here, I hope I earn your subscription. But everyone, can you smash the like button? Really appreciate that. It does help. I hope that's not too much ask. To ask for the hours of entertainment, I hope this is entertaining. Well, the war has started. We are at war. Diplomacy for we are at war. We are at war with the allies here. But I'm not. Oh, they've changed the interface here. I don't know. I was hoping for a quickie look to see what's going on here. But so we are at war with Poland. And all these guys are going to be coming in very, very soon. Now, let's get our war on, as it were. Okay. Let's push him through here. Him into there. Him there. Because we're going to try to sort of get a little bit of a pocket situation here. Oh, Frog Eyes, what is he saying here? Have you tried the button at the bottom left of the airplane deployment button to deploy airplanes? It makes it much easier. I don't know that I have. Let's quickly here. No, you said bottom left, but where's the button? Left on the airplane deployment button. Oh, airplane deployment. Here, pilot exercise. Oh, quick deploy. Oh, if this is what you're... I don't know. Create an air group. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, sorry. I'm going to continue with our operational planning. Okay, right. That province is where we're going to see about hitting fairly hard. These two divisions into here. Along with that. Now this is, okay, level 1 fortress, but we're going to push here. Okay, that's it. Well, no, I really haven't. Okay, we're going to push here with him and yeah, him. Open that cavalry division. Now, mountainous, no defenses. Okay, so these two divisions push this way. This division and this division push into there. That should be sort of holding down that flank. Now, here is we're going to add to that. But we're also going to add, no, just one, well, and that, I don't know that I'm organizing these well. Okay, so now up here, there's just one division here. We're going to tackle it with these two. Hello, Luigi. How you doing? Yes, the war is happening. Hello, Tom Gaming. Just in time, yes, for the start of the Second World War. But I'm not going to do it. I was really tempted to go into, not a rant, but a long discussion. When did World War II start? A lot of Americans and my parents would have said, 1941 when we were attacked. Okay, yeah, no. And then if they thought about it, well, yeah, no, it started in Poland in 1939, with it. Long ago, they might not have, been right on the, the 1939 bit, but yeah, earlier when Poland was invaded. And then, of course, I later thought, well, no, more back, 37 or something when Japan goes to war with China. But just, hey, ZZ, how you doing? I'm doing well. And I'm not going to go into the long thing of it, but this is just it. And I thought, no, when does it start? Because if you read Sun Tzu and understand his, the best generals win without fighting battles. Now, what he means by that is not that no one gets killed, but a battle was like Gettysburg, which I believe today, as I'm making this, is the anniversary of Gettysburg, or the Waterloo, big battles that you're risking your whole army over that could be destroyed. And if your army's destroyed, you basically lose the war. That's what he means by battle, not skirmishers, some cavalry regiment skirmishing with some other cavalry regiment and some light infantry or whatever guys skirmishing off the side. Not that there's no fighting, but battles is what when he refers to battles, is when winning without that. But you might look, because Austria, the German Anschluss Union, is a military invasion. It's just an unopposed military invasion that everybody said that that was involved, or most of the German thought, these for the motorized forces. If this, because I'm adjusting, if this was an actual real combat operation, it would have been fucked up, because they learned a lot. They weren't prepared for that. And whether you want to call the Sudetenland, well, that's you conquered that land without fighting, and and definitely the invasion of Bohemian Moravia and the carving up of the rest of Czechoslovakia. Because that goes to Hungary and whatnot, and then this later goes to Hungary, and this to Poland. That is, again, conquering territories, defeating your enemies without battle. So definitely I would say, now we look at it in hindsight, but World War II is definitely starting, because, is the war in China World War II? Yes, in a way. But in a core way, no. It is the Sino-Japanese War, the Chinese-Japanese War. But yeah, but definitely it's, and then earlier in 1935, before these games start, you're finally getting the French pushed out of the Saarland, because the French had been administering the Saarland until 35, and in the beginning of 36, you have the remilitarization of the Rhineland, which includes 35. So World War II is starting back in 35 in a way, but yes, the fighting is starting now. Just finished up some schoolwork for my signals and systems summer class. Well, very good. It's easy. All right, so let's see how our attack. Okay, they're calling in. Oh, Republic called in Nepal as our enemy. Oh my God, we should give up now. Nepal. Oh man. Okay. Okay, well, we're going. Oh, well, wait a minute. Political power. Romania diplomatic. We'll get. Okay, we were going to do the Romania thing. We could use the political power right now. Okay, so we just collapsed here. Again, I would be playing this even much slower, and even that, we are going to slow this down. Okay, we just won that battle. So we have all of these fresh divisions. These are, I guess, a lot of Hoppner's forces. Okay, let's zoom out here. They're going to cross up to there. Right that way. Regiment. Liebstandarte to SS Adolf Hitler will come this way and head for loads. British division going to come here. Also come into loads if things go reasonably well. Motorized infantry division also going to head this way. Now, Vergensen troop, whatever, brigade, we're gonna, which is motorized, they're gonna come up this way, around here, and just maybe if things go well enough. Keep pushing. 5th Panzer Division here. We've got our breakthrough, and we do not want them to be slowed down at all. And the 3rd Lish Division here. Keep pushing deep into there. These guys, you just move in and... No, you yeah. No, okay, you're gonna stop because they're sitting there. And we want to be a blocking force to any of their movements. And from here, the 4th Panzer Division. Let's come through here through loads and create a second path to Warsaw. There we go. Just finished. What's Luigi saying? Is this a good war simulator? I would like to play a Gary Grigsby kind of game, but with real-time mechanics. Gary Grigsby's turn-based. Oh, absolutely, I know. I love Gary Grigsby's work. Okay, I've been doing animation war projects and listening to the Royal Air Force. Really cool soundtrack. Okay, Luigi. I don't know which has the worst enemy combat AI, meaning moving divisions around. Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4. If you're looking for a grand strategy, real-time war game, and I have heard that Gary Grigsby's maybe trying to do a whole European theater. That may be in the works. I'm saying maybe. They were hinting at that from Slytherin on Thursday. I sometimes have inside information, and I wouldn't give that out about Slytherin because I do sort of kind of work for them. I'm not an employee, but I do work for them as a contract worker. So yes, I do work for Slytherin Matrix. But again, not as an employee. Don't want to try to say that. I'm not one of their employees. I'm a outside contractor to stream for them. So definitely sometimes I do have, because I'm given games even, you know, before things are out. So sometimes I know stuff that I don't talk about. But this is just hinting at public information stuff. They may be doing that. Now, that would obviously be a turn-based game. In some ways, like when I click on this C tile here, this is the current situation, as including time of day. When I click here, this is the current situation, and we can see, you know, weather and you know, time of year and this stuff. In some ways, this is more detailed than any Gary Grigsby stuff. In some ways, it's less. Okay, some ways it's more, some ways it's less. The Hearts of Iron 3 map for Europe, you know, this part of the world, generally has twice as many provinces in it. I specifically looked at like the Netherlands and Belgium. I counted up all the provinces, and they were approximately half the number. So they've simplified the map. So there's more tactical availability instead of, you know, smashing into this. It, you know, more by having more, you know, cutting this up into 2 provinces or something means that you can, you know, have more tactical decisions on attacking and defending and whatnot. I would say in some ways, and definitely some people really prefer, and maybe I'm in that camp, the Hearts of Iron 3 game for a war simulator over Hearts of Iron 4. But unfortunately, yes, the modding team for, and I'm specifically looking at Black Ice mod. I would definitely say get the Black Ice mod and don't worry about playing the base game. If you're looking to something that's as close to Gary Grigsby's, but on a global scale, I would probably go with Hearts of Iron 3 right now. Hearts of Iron 4 was a shit show at release and has gotten a lot better. Some of the stuff is so much more detailed because we can look at current conditions for the air zone, you know, up here, weather, you can get a lot of stuff is in this game that most players don't maybe pay attention to. So, they're still deploying here. So I would probably the closest thing would be Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice instead of Hearts of Iron 4. But yeah, why did our stability plummet? We're at war. I know we're at war. Now, on both the AIs, you'll probably find the Gary Grigsby AI. And look, this is a turn-based game. Don't let anything fool you. But the turns are hourly, and so you don't notice them. And so is Hearts of Iron 3. It is also a turn-based game. And the turns are hourly, so it looks and feels like a RTS. But it actually isn't. Let me get the okay. You here are going to support that, not attack, or you'll move there, but support that attack. And here, oh here, okay. Yes, we're going to attack with this mountain division, and we're going to, or attack the mountain division, and we're going to support that attack there, and we're going to support the attack. Hey, folk! Can you take the United We Fight decision to boot? You can take the United We Fight decision. Okay, thank you. Unite people under your government, is that what we're talking about? Political power gain, weekly stability. Oh, here it is. I guess I need to... Oh boy, 100. Yeah, I guess we need to do this. I disagree with his 6% downturn in stability. In ways I can see the instability. In ways I see what the SS is doing is stabilizing the situation. Maybe on the whole, we would have unite people under your government. Okay, I'm going to start with this for 45 days, I think. Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Jump that up there. Oh, take the cheaper one? Oh, well, sorry, I already took the more expensive one. Yeah, I know, that's... Maybe I should have taken the cheaper one. But we took this to hopefully get this up and going. Okay, so they're pushing back here. Let's keep the attack rolling forward. You... Now you're going to shift and move that way. And maybe push onward to there. You have Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice, yet another try. I've played the base game a lot, didn't like the strategic resource thing they introduced. Okay, well, I'm not sure the strategic resource that you're talking about with Black Ice. Whether you go with the most current version of Black Ice or you go roll back and play an older version that I think you can still get that supports my mod, Third Reich events, I would recommend that. I'm not terribly fond of the base game myself. So, yeah, I hear you on base game situations. This is what I want. Okay, recon equipment. We could use more recon equipment, I see. Use more naval bombers too. Shoot up too much, but all right. Let's do the recon equipment. I wonder what the hell is recon equipment? Cameras, binoculars, flare guns, and how is that different than support equipment? See, this is something with this mod as opposed to the other Black Eye. Support equipment. I mean, I get the SS had different uniforms. They did throughout the whole war, and if you want to do the SS, you get to pay the extra fiddly little price. But I don't know. I don't know. Mountain equipment, yeah, okay. There's some specialized stuff in there. I get that. I don't know. We'll do another thing. Hello, Scavin, General Scavin. How you doing? Not actively at the moment. I do intend. I intended to do it more than a year ago, so take that into account. I intend to make one more big update to Black Ice, because the biggest problem is I'm diverging several areas from what the Black Ice currently team is doing. So that, and I'm not necessarily going to no, I don't want to. I want to support your attack. So I'm looking at doing one more big thing. What are the SS divisions in and around Berlin? Okay, no SS divisions. We have Watch Battalion, and we have Reichsführung SS, which is an SS infantry company, a reconnaissance, and a military police. So this is a, Reichsführung SS. This is sort of the headquarters staff SS people here, running, you know, the more allgemein or general SS as opposed to Waffen SS. So that's what's here, just out of your curiosity. And we do have the Liebstandard motorized regiment. Adolf Hitler is operating right now in the field. So that's what is sitting back in Berlin. Okay, let's look at, well, we don't, letting it go for a couple of days is no problem because this obviously still moves, but still researches. What we need to do here is are we not at war with France? How are we not at war with France? What the hell is going on? Oh no, we are at a war with France. Okay. But oh, I don't reassert Western claims. 14 days. Around Maginot. Okay, that's sort of where I want to get to as quickly as I can. Maybe this will war with France, gains annex war goal, French Republic. Okay, well, yeah, okay, maybe, yeah, I don't know. So we want to do this because I want to get going to the west as quickly as possible. Okay, the problem to play for is I get lost in the division templates and to make tank, planes, and ships. Gary Grigsby's War in Europe thing was hinted at in the forum by some fans. It would be crazy. Yeah, that's what it looks like to being, as opposed to global war. And I'm presuming it would be, you know, and again, I don't know anything more than what's been hinted at. I just want to be clear. Some people might think what I'm stating has some better or more inside information. But that would be a really cool war. I don't know if that would. Okay, the one thing that Gary Grigsby's, because I've only played War in the East and War in the East 2. I've not played War in the West or War in the Pacific. It's a theater war theater war game, which is great. But it doesn't really have production that a game like the old, you know, board game, you know, Third Reich had, or you know, Hearts of Iron has production choices, because it's sort of presuming that you're just the theater commander and you're getting, you know, stuff sent to you. But if you're playing the whole war, the problem with following history for your production, especially for somebody like Germany, is a lot of the decisions are made based upon historical facts that may or may not be in existence. Meaning, if your factory is destroyed, in a few cases, like the Krupp, probably going to pronounce this wrong, so I'm hesitating on it. Protez truck, you know, the sort of small 3-axle trucks that they use to tow, like Pac 36s and the 75 millimeter infantry gun, the little one, or the 20 millimeter anti-aircraft gun, sort of specialized little truck. They also did sort of have a troop carrying version of those really cool little trucks. Well, that factory gets bombed, I think, in like 41 or 42, and it's damaged enough that, yeah, they sort of get the machinery or whatever out of it that they can, but they never go back to making the trucks, because they do realize to a degree that it would be better to just make more Opel Blitzes or general use trucks and have them tow the same guns, or more efficiently carry, say, just supplies or whatever. So instead of having a specialized truck, it's probably better to have maybe a slightly less off-roady truck and a, you know, general better general motorized trucks. So they don't bother resetting up the supply lines for that because it's bombed. So some of that stuff is based upon what happens. Well, but what if you go and say, well, hey, and I don't know that this is doing it well with these mods, the game, but well, hey, what if I were to prioritize fighters more than bombers than Germany did? And, not to not have bombers, but do that and make bombing Germany more difficult, more costly. And so some of the bombing damage doesn't happen. And and it's not necessarily on the one specialized truck but something that slows down production, bombing Schweinfurt, where is it? Dresden, Schweinfurt, somewhere in here, I believe. And, reducing, ball bearing production or something. What if it's too heavy of damage and the Allies have lost too many bombers, so the Allied player, whether it's the human or the AI, decides to suspend bombing campaigns? Will the game, Gary Grigsby's War in Europe or whatever, will the game adjust for that? Well, Hearts of Iron does, because you can have, and we can look at this here, well, right now we're losing the air war here. We have some guys on missions here. So factory, let's maybe here. We can look here. Okay, well, see, right now there isn't much factory bomb damage, but if they might be filled up with, repairing, factories. And so would something like that be, again, over the protest truck is, sort of the little details. That's not really the point. The point is whether you're destroying the factory and not, rebuilding that particular production line, but simply destroying the factory reduces truck production, which reduces the ability for Germany to have motorized divisions. Well, if you don't reduce, if you do better, warfare going after, they're still deploying. Hopefully we'll win once we get that. So that's some of the stuff I worry about. Not that it would be bad, but I worry about that kind of thing. There were tank factories that were destroyed. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely as well. Oh, absolutely. Fairly late in the war, one of the factories producing Stugs was destroyed or damaged so much. And they wanted more Stugs, so instead of having sometimes when you talk factory, sometimes it's the same factory complex, shall we say, meaning huge factory and they just bomb some of the buildings effectively. Sometimes it's, a factory in an entirely different city. So I don't want to be overly specific on it. But the one factory that's producing, Stug 3s gets destroyed and they go, oh, we want more Stugs. So they, instead of whatever other factory, instead of producing Panzer IVs, they produce Stug 4s. They just take the Panzer IV hull and stick on Stug upper hulls on them. So there's the Stug 4, as opposed to the Panzerjäger 4, which is also built on that hull. And they still, in other factories, still continue to produce the Panzer IV-J model, which is a simplification, not better, just simpler, easier to produce, cheaper Panzer IV. So they shifted, because Stugs were doing so well and so useful, so they came out with a Stug 4. So now there's not, I think the Stug, because it depends on how much armor and concrete armor that they're sticking on those late model Stugs. But generally I believe and again, I'm not best on all the details, but I believe the Panzer IV engine is more horsepower than the Panzer III engine. So all things being equal, they're not necessarily, but if all things are being equal, the Panzer IV Stug will have slightly better driving performance than a Panzer III Stug, for the amount of armor and whatnot. But otherwise, that's a minute difference in determining a war, determining battles at the scale. Maybe not when we play War Thunder, but it is a difference when you're talking at the full scale. But that just goes to less, you're making a choice: more Stugs, fewer Panzers. But again, if you had, and here's like a good choice is, what if you prioritize jet production And again, I know I'm going, and people want, I know you guys want to see more battle. We'll get there. I remember reading Inside the Third Reich. That's the book written by Albert Speer. Yes, there's a lot of very true history in it, but there's also a lot of justification. And I also think there's misremembering or whatever. It's not the perfect document. But Speer early on talks about being shown in early 1940 or late 1939. I forget. It's been more than 30 years since I read the book. Being showed a jet engine being tested. Now, at this time, he's just Reich architect. And he's just sort of hanging on with a bunch of people around Hitler being shown around an aircraft factory and whatnot. So it's not like special to him. He isn't armaments minister. He's still a year or 2 years, I think, away from becoming armaments minister. So he's shown this stuff, and I think it was the Heinkel engine, but I'm not sure. He's being shown this jet engine. But the German military, Luftwaffe, whoever, determines, well, we're going to not continue development of this because we need more engines now for this war. We'll save that for the next war. And this is when they're sort of, fighting, the war had started. The war had started, against Poland, and there was, other than, the Sitzkrieg, nothing, at least at that point, had been in the West. So they thought the time it would take to get a jet airplane up functional was going to take too long, so it was put on the back burner of development. At that point, in late 39, early 1940, they reduced resources on jet development. Okay, they still continue jet development, but they reduce resources on it. I don't know when the switch starts. I think it's 43. Heinkel comes out with a operational jet fighter that they decide not to produce. The German Luftwaffe decides, because it's not that great of a jet. I mean, it's going to take a lot. I know you guys are saying stuff in chat, and I'll get there. I'm not ignoring you. For the moment I am, but I'll get to you. So they, and it's not just, it is a prototype, yes, but it is a functional jet fighter. It's not like some, super trials or super, a little bit of refining. They could have got this guy up into the air pretty damn fast. And it's a bit better, and I don't know all the stats, but it's a bit better than like the piston engine fighters, but you're going to have to put all that energy into making these jet engines instead of piston engines. And, and I don't even know if yet they really realize the heat problem and, the engines melting on them after however many hours of use. But it's going to be a lot of effort to get this thing into there. So it would be just better to produce more Focke-Wulfs and more Messerschmitt, 109s than doing these Heinkel fighters. Okay. And then, and then we have, and I'm talking about, so that was not, they had a flying fighter prototype. I don't know if it had guns, but I've seen, video, originally film, obviously, of it flying around a bit. So it looked like a fighter. It looked like you're ready to go. If you just if there weren't guns on it, put guns on it. Looks like it's ready to go after fighters over Germany. It looks ready to go. All you got to do is put it in production. The design has been done and test proven. The engines are not as good as the later engines, as power to weight performance as the later engines that you get with the the 262. So it's early. So okay, but they decide not to do that. And then of course you get the sort of more famously talked about Hitler seeing the Messerschmitt 262 and insisting that they delay production until they can adequately get a ground attack version, with air brakes to because you don't want to be flying full speed towards the ground because you're just going to keep flying in the ground. So you want to be able to slow yourself up with air brakes and whatnot and do, and have bombs or heavier autocannon on it for strafing missions. You need a ground attack version of this so that you can do this stuff instead of just getting the damn thing up in the damn air and producing them and then developing another version to see if you want to put it. And of course they never really do a ground attack version, because even though they do eventually stick a 50 millimeter autocannon in the nose of the thing, that's to go after bombers. So Hitler, delays, 6 months or more, delays getting the 262 in production to do something that they never use it for, So yes, Hitler, not, you could say, his own worst enemy. I don't know if that's true, but it is often making bad decisions. But do you need to? Is it required to have, if you're going to force the player into a World War II simulation, where you're always going to have the end results, like, oh, hey, you're going to have to fight Stalingrad just like Stalingrad. You're going to force you to do the Stalingrad thing instead of going, shit, no, I don't want to do Stalingrad. Instead of Stalingrad, we're going to, instead of that advancing the Caucasus, we're going to hold there and we're going to, push for taking Leningrad and connecting up to the, cutting off Murmansk and all of this stuff up to here. We're going to push here. That's going to, it's a northern push. Just see how, so if you're not going to allow, and these are production decisions, but production is for the war and the scale of World War II, and even if you only start it at 1939 and not like Hearts of Iron in 1936, production decisions are as important as frontline decisions. And a proper grand scale war game, you should at least have some level of decision making that, yes, some of, like I was saying earlier, some of it is things being bombed that then you have to make decisions after that, but that even just reduction. But so what if you had pushed jets forward sooner? And even if you're worried about, jet airplanes being shot down because they're better, but not that much better, and you're going to lose film. And they did have 262 shot down because, again, they were good, but not perfect. Now, a lot of them were shot down on, on like coming back to the airbase and whatnot. But, had you just had a few squadrons of whatever the Heinkel models would have been, operating over Germany, over the Rhineland, shooting down, escorted, going after the fighters or the bombers or whatever on the escort mission, that make the Schweinfurt or other type raids just too expensive, that you have to withdraw at least the daylight bombing, and which makes nighttime bombing less effective. So without the ability to make these real tactical and production decisions, I sort of find it would still be grand strategy. It's not global grand strategy, but still, if you're talking the war in Europe, a grand strategy game lacking. So you need that kind of stuff. America, of course, it's a lot, and in Britain especially, once America gets in production isn't, there's definitely decisions on like how many landing craft to produce. And do they go to the Pacific or do they go to the, the Mediterranean front, and then, or not, well, I was thinking the Mediterranean, but to the European front, and then the people in theater get to decide, are they going to be used to, do landing, the anvil landings down here that were more or less supposed to, not necessarily the same day, but this roughly same time as the D-Day landings to, do be the sort of hammer and anvil. But they realized, it wasn't last moment, but fairly early, they realized they just didn't have enough to do both simultaneously. So they got this going good and then shifted landing craft around to here to do the anvil landings. I mean, that was sort of a known thing by that it was going to be that kind of thing well enough. But you need to have, so some of that can be just like, well, that's as much as Higgins boats and a few of the other people that are making landing craft, whether small ones or big ones, the LSTs and, what the big guys, might just be that, you don't need to give the player all of that stuff. But in Germany and Italy, it really doesn't matter. France, the only reason it doesn't matter in France is once the real fighting gets going, it's over too fast. And so production, if France was going to be able to hold out and fight long term, production is just as important in France. And that's that kind of thing. So let me check. Yes. Oh, thank you, folk. Yes. I was going to get to Skaven's question here. If instead of coming here and doing this, you can just come up to here and click on pick model, and it will, and we've already done it, but it will create a historical model for these things. So if you are want to use the pre-designed templates, you can. So thank you for answering that, folk. Very helpful. I don't ever want to suggest that I'm not paying attention to chat, but sometimes I just got to get in my own head here. You ever saw the plane Super Tucson Brazilian protocol? Maybe, but I don't remember it. Skaven, I may have seen it, but I don't remember. Okay, Panzer 3J compared to... Yes. Oh, you have that. Oh, the whole thing is, you know, when you do get the 50 millimeter and then the medium 50 millimeter versus the longer 50 millimeter, yeah, there's a lot of decisions that are production kind of thing. I think we should at least have North Africa and the whole... Yes. Now, I started out as playing, for playing, this kind of thing, the old Avalon Hill game, Third Reich, which was... This is too big of a map. Don't worry about... Which is sort of this map in here. And yes, there is a fair amount of connections with Japan, but really the Pacific War or the Asian War, however you want to call it, a sort of Pacific and Asian War, sort of two wars going on, is a different war. It really is a different war. Now, some of the participants, British Commonwealth and the United States particularly, are fully participating in both. But it is a different war. And so... And the other thing that makes this war a little more standalone playable legitimately is that it was early on, once the Americans get into it. Because realize, yes, the British have, a few ships and garrisons out in Singapore that they are worried about the Japanese. They're really just only fighting the Germans until the Americans come in, and then that's when it becomes the Pacific War. And you have the, the Americans going in there. And before that, the Australians and the New Zealanders, they were fighting in, places like Egypt and Libya and whatnot. So it's decided early on that Europe is going to be the first priority. So you can always sort of, if you're making decisions for like American production and unit allocations, and mostly you just, once the Pacific War starts, take these manpower and units away from the ones that are already committed in Europe, more or less stay there, but these go away because they're now having to face and fight the Japanese. Yeah, there's a trickle in of replacement troops and whatnot, but I don't think, and again, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know everything. That's mostly, mostly the units are staying and fighting in their theater from that point. And Indian troops, they're fighting in both sides, and then obviously maintaining order in India as well. So yeah, you just sort of have a reduction, and so you can do it's easier to do Europe as a decision-making process as the front end, I would say, than the Pacific, because the Pacific is secondary. You think Prigozhin is dead already? If will not, I'm in the camp. I don't know that he's dead already. That would probably not be the case yet, but I'm definitely the camp that Prigozhin is a dead man walking. I don't think Putin can let him stay alive. Putin, of the enemies of Putin, he is one of the few ones that, because, we're talking various people that, critics and other people that have been assassinated both in Russia and outside of Russia. Prigozhin is the only one that actually, attacked Putin by, not him personally, but by sending his military to, attack Russian troops. And I presume Prigozhin has guards, because it did take him a day or more to get from Rostov-on-the-Don once he left sort of publicly and show up in there. I think he probably flew with bodyguards, but bodyguards, that have Russian families might very well get slipped a note. At midnight tonight, you're going to unlock the back door and go into the front room and stay there, aren't you, sir? remember, your family lives at, you know, your brother, your sister, your mother, or whatever lives at this address in, you know, Moscow or somewhere in Russia. You know, so meaning, you know, allow the assassination team to go in and give Prigozhin a, you know, a hypodermic needle that's going to give him a heart attack or something, so that when you find him in the morning, he will have died of a heart attack. And you know, so I can't imagine there's enough loyalty in that mercenary rank to stand up against uh, Putin's real threats. So that's my estimation of Prigozhin's future. I may be very wrong. I'm just going off of what I sort of feel. Soviet player already builds its own units, and Gary Grigsby's kind of could make resources available for German player based on factories working. And yeah, oh yeah, Luigi, yeah, there are things that you can do, and I just, if you do those, and yes, it's going to be turn-based, but damn, I'm going to really love it, because that'll be very close to a you know, old Third Reich game, and very good. I will love it. Okay, you guys here, you're going to support the assault on Krakow. And also, unlike Paradox, Matrix / Slytherin has a much better track record of making the games good before release. And I don't mean just bugs, I mean filling enough quote-unquote details and other things to make the game good, where Paradox wings it way too much, in my opinion. Okay, so we've overrun, we're breaking out, we're having the units there, good. And you know, because I was, like, I know most of you know, in the beta for, okay, good, you're here, they're pushing there, so now you're gonna push there. And you're going to support that attack. In the beta with Paradox, you know, so again, you know, sort of worked with, if you know, I'm not saying worked for, I'm not saying employee, but worked with the various companies here, so I sort of know what I'm talking about. Okay, now this is, we've been waiting for this breakthrough to happen, and we've got it. So you come up 10th Panzer through here to Warsaw. I'm just sort of winging this too, obviously, but you know what panzer divisions to where, to what different paths to go. Not like knowing that this panzer or that would be better. Not everything's going to Warsaw. Now, what we do want to keep, I want to see how much percentage are we actually filled with motorization. That will tell me the speed. Okay, so we are fully set up here. Okay, so that's going to go pretty fast. So let's go to here to here, because you should hopefully go quick. Take you guys, 1st Panzer Division. No. We start here to here to here to here. And okay, we have this other SS unit here. You're just going to go to there. Looks like Cessna planes. I don't know what you saw. There's all fairly different types of Cessnas, but yeah. This division here, you come marching up here and attack across there to protect our flank. And yes, this is mostly the anvil. We are pushing a little bit in the north, but how are we doing out here? Okay, the French are looking at the west wall and going, Mon Dieu, no, we're not attacking that. How is our air war going? Okay, we're still probably waiting for this unit to get deployed down here. I hope soon so that we can win that air battle. And yes, I have this on very slow, but I'm... Okay, you've stopped. You're pushing through there. Good. And we have another division come up to support that. One has fallen back to there, but we're getting there very fast. Okay, you can support this attack. We're going to come in here and occupy that province. They're going to come in and occupy this, which will mean these guys... I probably have too many soldiers back here, but not much of a pocket. Just a cavalry division, but still. You think a World War II can beat a modern main battle tank? Well, no. Not really. Yeah, they could damage one. I mean, to an inability to function, but not really. I mean, it can happen, but it's not a practical likelihood. They would actually do that. Okay, so we've now pushed, we're taking into this province here. So what we want to do here is push into this province, make sure the battle gets started, and then you support that attack. Because this province here only borders on here and here, so we can push into here with support. Give a bit of discomfiture to the Poles. Oh, we're outside here. We made it to here. Alright, so you guys are marching into there. You immediately attack there. You immediately attack here, and we will cut off. And you is just sort of a holding action attack into Danzig to delay those units so that we create a pocket. Saw a video that was a scenario that Poland modern army travel back, and okay, well, yeah, if you'd done that, and you know, even late model Soviet tanks would have done extremely well. You guys there and are still deploying. Okay. Expected arrival April 19th. Okay, 2 more days. I know we're just going slow. Let's take a look at the naval situation. Okay, well, we're convoy raiding here, though it doesn't look like we're finding too many convoys. But neither are we getting, our convoys aren't getting sunk, so that is good. Oh, there was even no battle for loads. Okay. Alright, well. You can support this attack. You're gonna push out. Oh, that would be fine, yes. Let's add this garrison here as a supporting element just to attack from multiple fronts. Little problem there with the graphic. So these guys here are isolated, so let's push on them. You guys can push on those guys. Yeah. You will want to support that attack. I don't want you to totally abandon connectivity to the rear, but forward attacks. Okay, now these guys here, because this province only is on this one, he can attack there with his support. That way we're pushing into there. Okay, okay, you just ran out of steam. You still have steam. You're gonna maybe push into there. Well, that fight, that's mostly should be just a pinning attack, but oh well. Let's use ATGM rocket. Yeah, well, that would definitely help, but wouldn't do everything. You never motorized the 19th Infantry Division, by the way. Well, maybe I didn't. This is the only one here that I have. Was there some other thing I should have done? I don't know. I thought I did. Now, I want to say something here again, and yes, it was a criticism of me, and it's not that I have thin skin, but I just want to address it. It's partially based off of what Pickle just said, and Frog Eyes has helped me a lot. I should do better. I should know how to play this, you know, mod much better. By one of the people there. I don't purport to be an expert on this mod, and what this series is not a detailed how-to, or I am the expert on Black Ice Hearts of Iron 4. Now, slightly older version, because I have not played, it's been more than a couple of years since I played the Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice version, but the old versions, and you can see some of the games, I do purport to be an expert on playing Hearts of Iron Black Ice, you know, Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice stuff, because I am an expert on, you know, some of those versions. And some of the new, I'm still very good, I'm just not up on the latest stuff on Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice current version. And sometimes I do bill myself as an expert on the particular game, or very knowledgeable, or whatever. This is, and that's what I often say in the title, this is a look at what is going on with Black Ice. This is not that I've learned the current Black Ice, and now I'm teaching you how to play it because I know it so well. So if you want that sort of videos, go somewhere else. I mean, now I'm not saying mad, you know, not that I'm upset with you. It's just I can't offer you that right now. I have not spent a lot of time learning this version of the game. It's been more than a year since I've been away, and you've seen as far as I've gotten. In over a year, I hadn't played to April 1940. So this is as far as I've gotten. And so we're taking a look at this. Now, I'm evaluating the mod, and part of my evaluation of the mod is if I fucking want to spend time learning it, okay? Because to do this right, to play this game right, and I don't, these production priorities, I don't know that these are any fucking good. I mean, even just the priorities of the factories that I have, because maybe, but gamer, you should be doing twice as much rifles because you're going to find out in the combat that they're just going to be all used up very fast. Oh shit, there may be something that we collapse, and I know you guys are saying something in chat. I'll just say, Skaven, yes, someday, but probably 5 years or more from now, Hearts of Iron 5, but someday, way 5-10 years away. Don't wait for it. Play something now. Someday, just because computer engines will develop, they'll develop something, a replacement. But so long as Paradox doesn't go out of business, someday they'll make another one. But back to this. I don't know whether I should even be bothering with keeping a military factory in production of garrison maintenance equipment. We can look here. At the size. Okay, I probably shouldn't be. So, if I'm going to put whether my time and or your time, because my time would just me be playing it off camera, your time having you come in and watch the thing with me. I want to know if this game is something I want to learn, because last time I rage quit over the effects of invading the Soviet Union. Now I've posted in their forum all of the episodes gone up and announcing that I'm being live here. I will read what you guys say. I do value it. Just give me a moment. From the Discord's forum, and none of them have come in on. And I know some of them have said that they've watched some of the videos, but they also said they're not up on all the latest ones. That I begged and I hope that they won't let me down with having the same modifiers as when I get ready to go to war with the Soviet Union that made me rage quit, because now we have the railroads. So and they haven't said I'm not, and I was sort of hoping somebody would go in and go, hey, yeah, no, gamer, we've removed all those things. It's all good now. And that would have really cheered me up. But maybe they're all still there and I'm going to be pissed. I don't know. So far, I'm loving this. And again, we've talked about my some are quibbles and some are major things. Not enough to get me to, major stuff doesn't necessarily mean it's got to be something really bad. Like the one mod that made like Luxembourg super fortified and what? No. Or World Ablaze that had super heavy attrition of equipment for modifications for going in the Soviet Union. You do something that makes me rage quit, I'm done. So I don't want to take the time to learn your mod in detail in the best way to give you a good tutorial. If it's something that I want to play, that I enjoy playing. Now, if you want to pay me, and trust me here, the amounts that I get from YouTube, hey, are you willing to work for 10 cents an hour? I've got jobs for you right now. I'll pay you 10 cents an hour to do work for me, at your own home, making 3D graphics or making images and stuff for me. I really will pay you 10 cents an hour. And yeah, it's maybe about that kind of money I'm getting from YouTube. So, so for me to do this, yeah, I would play any of these mods for proper pay. If you just like, hey, yeah, we're going to pay you to evaluate the mods and, play them and what. Well, sure, you can pay me to do it. It's not torture, but it's not something that I, like World Ablaze, that I want to do it for fun, just purely for fun. So if Black Ice is, these versions, and I know they're working on things, is something that I want to do for fun, well, then after this playthrough, and if I get far enough into it and realize, hey, maybe they'll address, because I know one of the things I did complain about here is that I think Goering and Walter Funk should be the same person and combine, not doubling, but sort of combining and dealing with the political power and what, make them one thing and put this together as a thing. Because I don't think you get Walter Funk without Goering's pet projects, So it's both the good and the bad should be sort of mixed together here, not necessarily doubling like doubling small arms or whatever factory, but combining all those together in a rational way. And I have to look at it and see. But and I hope they take my criticism to heart and change things. Doesn't mean that they have to do it, or whether I get motivated enough to make a small mods to like create a super Goering and put them in there and do some of go through the other thing. If I was really going to play this seriously, I'm going to make a short video here sometime that I think just go through and cut all of these by half. Just cut all of these days by half. Not when you have an IC cost or a some other sort of cost in it. I'm just talking days cost. Cut everything in half. And then that may be too drastic, and some of them it maybe shouldn't be a half. But just do everything in half, and then see how that plays, and then go maybe up a few, maybe lower a few, whatever. But I would just do that. Would be because I think I don't know why I don't know why I have not been able to find time to befriend Japan and get some of this experience here. I think this is just too much to, in there. So hopefully they'll take some of my criticisms to heart and make changes. They don't have to. They're not under any obligation. But if I want to spend my time playing this mod, and if I want to, just for my own fun, because I would play it just for my own fun, but I'm also sharing this as an experience with you. So, yeah, if it's worth it, I will learn and I will get better and play it. So it's not like, fuck you, go away. No, it's just like, well, no, I don't know this, and I'm not claiming to know this as a, as a good tutorial or as a good how to play this thing. This is a look at, and I very much talk about that. So yeah, if your needs are not met by here, you got to go find somebody else that's doing this. And there are a few other Black Ice players out there, of these mods. I don't know how many are doing it currently with the more or less current version, but I think they exist. So go find them, and maybe come back to me when I'm better at this. So yeah, this is not meant to be a how to best play it. And I really thank people like Skaven and very much Frog Eyes for giving me hints and tips on how to, what decisions I should make. And Folk did a really nice, which I've used quite a bit, really nice suggestions on what national focus is and to do and what orders. So really good stuff here. So, okay, let me take a quick... Well, actually, we're going to end this episode. I'm going to keep the live stream going, but we're going to end this episode. And thank you, everyone. I don't mean to criticize. And hey, and I do want the feedback from people, and I want to know what you want to watch, because if you say, I only want to watch you play expert, on games, well, then I'll know that, and whether I change my way of doing these videos or not. But I need to know what your impact and why this might not. So I'm not upset at the viewer who I'm truly not upset at the viewer who criticized me or the videos for not being the greatest expert. But I just wanted to make it very clear that I don't claim, this isn't a claim at being, optimized playthrough for this mod. This is not. So thank you, everyone. See you next time. Yes, from even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let me make a save here, and I want to see what the chat has been saying. Probably telling me I'm full of shit, but okay. Let's see here. Okay, let's go up here. Single summer. Can you defeat the Soviet Union in a single summer campaign? I don't know that you can. Whether you should be able to or not, I don't know. Yes, template on the 19th. You think, yeah, Hearts of Iron 5 will exist, I believe, someday. I'm here for a historical commentary. Well, that's very good, Luigi. I know this channel for a long... Yeah, well, I know you've been around for quite a while. Yeah, and so, yeah, and that's part of what I'm doing is historical commentary with all this. Okay, you should stop production of Panzer Ones. Okay. It would be nice when it becomes possible to make Hearts of Iron where there's a real time. Yeah, well, this is close enough. Okay, Luigi's 25, very good. Oh, I hate artificial difficulty. I remember playing a game with the British observed number of divisions in North Africa, and yeah, couldn't survive. Yeah, if it's a decently done game and you've beat it 25 times and you just want to play it on super difficulty thing, great. And I would want that separated out from a basic mod, basic overhaul mod like Hearts of Iron or like Black Ice or World Ablaze. And it can be like a sub mod, God mode or God difficulty on, Black Ice or something like that. That's fine. If you want to create that, that's fine. I know part of the reason they do these difficulty modifiers is because of the very poor AI combat situation. Why the fuck? Let's and I know it's not, but let's for the moment presume that this order of battle is correct for Poland. Okay, let's meaning the size of the Polish army. Let's just, and we don't know what's sitting along the Soviet border. It may be nothing because maybe they don't fear the Soviets. But why the hell are they sitting along the Hungarian border with all of these divisions? Okay, this looks like a full division and not just a 2-battalion, border watch unit. Okay, so this is what we're saying about the bad AIs, and that they're making decisions like, oh, we've got to defend here with all of this crap. And also, I know we have a Polish mountain division. We actually have a Polish mountain division. I think they did exist. The AI can't even figure out, and they, way back, and I got to come way back when, that, again, before the game was released and in the public forums, I said, why not allow players to have scripted, be able to make a WYSIWYG kind of thing for doing scripted battle plans. Oh no, we're just wanting more dynamic battle plans, that we're going to design good dynamic battle plans for the computers, and if we made them scripted, they'd all be the same, and the players would just learn how to defeat the battle plan, and then they go, well, why not then give people the ability to develop other battle plans, and then be able to have a weighted, like, hey, 50% of the time they use this battle plan, 10% of the time this battle plan, and and 20% this battle plan, and be able to have player developed battle plans that they could put, and people could add to their game if they want to add to their game. No, we're just going to do a good dynamic AI. Fucking hell, they haven't been able to do even a basically decent AI battle plan, because they're still holding, yeah, Hungary might come in on the war, but they're still holding the Hungarian border, the Slovak border, when I'm pushing into, they're not even like going, oh, well, we're going to move our capital to Krakow, let's organize this up. They're not even starting to do that, and they can't even fucking, before the war starts, think, maybe we should have the mountain division in the mountains. They can't even do that. Now, I don't think they can't do that. I think they've just given up spending money on this crap because too many people play it. And so what's going to make them money is selling them more national focus fucking DLCs and not fixing. Oh, well, what do you mean by fixing? People will say fix the AI. Well, okay, fix the damn AI so that if you have a mountain division, it's fucking sitting in the mountains somewhere. If you have mountains that could possibly, that you're having other units in. Now, if you've abandoned all mountain territory, if the mountains are, oh, well, we're not, because, we're not expecting an attack from Romania, so we don't need mountain. Okay, yeah, if you no longer control any mountains, I don't then really care where you're putting that mountain division. But don't put I know he was on the border, but why don't you have your cavalry divisions as a strategic reserve to rush to not by strategic redeployment, which fucks their organization, but by having them as reserve, so once they see where I'm making my attacks, to move normally to those positions as a reinforcement brigade. Because they can't, and here's another mountain division, since they can't do that, they make these difficulty, by spamming in divisions and spamming in equipment, or giving them super amounts of factories beyond it. So the mods are trying to make up for the failure of Paradox. And yeah, that does sort of, as you can tell, get me upset too, because what I want is a historically based one. I just wish they would get the goddamn AI working, or allow, because I know, talking to them, people way back when, this was back in the Hearts of Iron 3 days, I think they were already working on 4, but it wasn't announced yet. The problem is if they have the combat AI uncompiled into the program, it runs effing too slow. I mean, no computers could play it. So it has to be compiled into the program. Okay, I get that. but maybe can you break out the combat AI and let enthusiasts start playing with it? And maybe if they come up with something better, you could submit this AI, and they could then, because I don't know, I'm ignorant. Sorry, maybe I'm talking up. I'm, in that I'm totally wrong. But would it be so hard to go, oh, hey, yeah, we've got, several people that have worked on AIs. Let's just run the, hit the button, and because I would presume it's just, compile this to get, swap a few things out and hit the compile button and compile up the exe file so that it runs with alternate versions of combat AIs, and then release them as somehow a different, I know you can only have so many with versions on Steam. I don't know, somehow work it out so that you could release the base game with other versions of the compiled AI, combat script or combat AI that people have worked on. Couldn't you do that? I mean, for the love of God. But look, I'll pay you $5,000, Paradox. I know you're not listening to this. If you did some of these things, for a subscription, yeah, I got the money. I mean, that's a lot of money, but I'll pay you if you were to do something. Now you'll go $5,000. That won't even cover, the 1 day's worth of the salary of the Hoi 4 team. Well, okay, a week's the salary of the Hoi 4 team, and it'll take a lot. Yeah, okay. I'm not thinking my $5,000 would be enough to do it, but can we get 50 people who could do $1,000? And 10 people who could do $5,000, and some Saudi prince who really likes playing this $10,000 and come up with, a big chunk of cash for you to do some of this stuff. Not just me, and this is how much I would love to have a great game. I would pay that for a great game, for a truly great game. So yeah, be like total, yeah. So, all right. Yeah. Okay, so okay. Okay. I know what I'll do. Thank you. Yes. Folk, here's what we're gonna do here. Well, okay. Thanks for listening to my ranting. It is good therapy for me. That I rant once in a while. All right, back to making an episode here. See, this is what you get by either watching the live stream here or watching later. Hello, 13 people over on Rumble. Can anybody say hi over there? I do try to pay attention to that chat as well. All right. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals, and if it's not welcome back, but welcome if you're new here. I hope I'm earning you hitting that subscribe button, and of course, everyone, lick the like button. It is tasty, even if you're on Rumble or somewhere else. Liking the videos now or later really helps me out, and I really appreciate that. So thank you all. And was there some other thing I specifically intro? Oh, I want to just thank everybody for clicking on the thumbnail that got here, and I hope you stay around for 5 or 10 minutes, skip around through the video, see what's going on. Hopefully you like it, but just thanks for showing up. And of course, this is Gamer1745 playing Hearts of Iron Force, Black Ice mod, and we're in the middle of fighting Poland. And this is being recorded live here, and folks said I should stop, and he's probably right, at making Panzer Is at this time. Now, I'm not sure when they stopped making Panzer Is, because they did try to make that super heavy Panzer I thingy that they made like 6 or 10 of, or 3 of, I don't know. And I thought what I should do with here, now, I want to look here, and I think we'll find a deficit, but I don't know. Okay, so on our medium tank, our medium support tank, which are Panzer IVs, we have a positive of 21 over current needs, but we'll need more. And we have a positive of 40 Panzer IIIs. Okay, we just want to establish that, and we're gonna. I know this could be much better organized. I'm just lazy here, I guess. Okay, so we have 3 factories in production of Panzer IIIs, and 4, which was to make up for a deficit of Panzer IVs, which is good. Now I could move the factories from Panzer Is to Panzer IIIs. We're keeping the Panzer IIs in production for a little while because we do have a surplus, I believe, yes, of light tanks. We can click here. Mostly Panzer I, so we're, Panzer IIs, and we're still going to be using them in combat through, well, and going into Russia probably. So we don't, until we can change our and whether a script, no, I don't need this. So back. I just want to hit the edit button until we can change this out from being light tanks to being medium tanks here, either through decisions or other means. We still need light tanks until those all go away. We need them. So, but what we've recently done is got the model for the Stug 3 here. Now the Stug 3 they had a few in production. There was a handful available for the invasion of, the Low Countries in France. Not many. I mean, literally a handful is in less than 10. I believe is the number, but don't hold me to some of these details. So now it should be, and I believe it is, much easier, or much less, not easier, but much less damage to production efficiency to convert this production line from Panzer IIIs to Stug 3s. Should be. I presume it is. I have not confirmed that. But I know this is going to be a big hit here, but I was wondering what to do. And so looking at all of our current production choices in tanks, or, obviously I could move to something entirely different, but I don't want to totally give up on, we can do absolutely that, give up on tank production here at this level. And it would be cool to have some Stugs. So we're going to convert, and yes, I know it is sort of taking away from Panzer Division Stugs, or Panzer Division tanks over to this. So we're going to convert this production line to the Stug. So we will have the Stugs. And so we went from fully efficient to less than half. But, so that will get us, and currently that'll get us 1.5 a week. All right. So, okay, so we've done pretty good here. We don't need to keep you in this sort of rear area that it has become. They're holding there. Okay, we don't need to keep that motorized division there. I don't know if we want to. Yeah, we can move up and defend there. That will just help that out. Okay, you're there. There. Good, that's what I want you to do. Now these motorized divisions and this light division, this Lish division, let's send you through the woods towards Radom, and we're going to send you through these woods south of Radom. And where's another? We have this division here. We're going to come through these, and we're going to come to that. That way we are pushing outward. And hopefully going to crush our enemies. Now here, let's have you support this attack. We want to cut off those guys up north here in Danzig as early and quickly as possible, instead of letting them escape. So you're down here, so you can also support that push there. Oh, no, okay, yeah. We're going to push here, and you are going to support that attack. So Hey, thanks for following. I do appreciate it. Everybody new over on Twitch, please hit the follow button. Love to see you around more often. Okay, these attacks have failed, but I'm not that worried about it because they were mostly, I mean, yeah, I'd like to push into that territory, but I do feel a little bit under strength here. Mostly just to, okay, they crushed the unit that was there, so you guys, yeah, head down here to maybe push. Yeah. There, okay, and, yeah. You guys are there. I figured they would have been stomped by now. Okay, I think some of our later airbase, okay, assign settings. Okay, so now we are winning all the air battles over Germany, so they are not that this one is overly necessary that we're flying there, but that is good. That is as sort of designed. I think you can, let's see, we're going to deploy you forward to here, and then we are going to deploy you over Warsaw Air Region, and I'm going to pause on, I think you are, we're just going to move you over to there. Let's just take that division and that division. You guys, you push there. Okay, I hate that I have to do that. You support that, and maybe you support that as well. One of your divisions, you go there. I do sort of wish I have more in the south down here, so we're going to start marching in that direction. Yeah, you're going to come down this way too. You're going to come up to here. You're going to rush to there because you're mobile. Liebstandart, you had been pushing in, but you lost your organization. You joined the push. Warsaw. Okay, you, because you're no longer supporting the other attack, can support, no, support that one. These guys are moving into there. You guys are going to go back to supporting this. You can support that as well. There we go. Yeah, I like doing that. I like organizing up. Okay, you're going to push into there to deal with those attacking units there. Make them a bit more disrupted while these guys reinforce there. You guys can support that. And you and you attack there. You get across that river and move to there. Still totally disorganized. Okay. You're well organized, so you go into this battle for Warsaw. Okay, now let's look at the air, and I sort of purposely waited a little bit. Okay, well, we're running somewhat lowish on modern fighters, I could tell. All right, let's have all of you come and support deeper into Poland, even though we don't have full air control there. And you do that as well. I think we're going to... Let's send you up. Oh, you're already over Warsaw. Okay, we're going to send you up. Well, let's move you. Is that in our hands? Yes. We're going to move you to there and put you up over there so that you'll be... better operating Warsaw here. Now we're still not winning this air battle. Okay, we have 50. Well, we've got more fighters up than they do. Okay, well, now I've noticed that it's not doing so well here. So what we're going to do here is, no one's really bothering us over central Germany. We'll put you up over there to replace some of the units that we've shifted around. You support that. Oh, you don't have a border. Okay. Oh no, you just attacked here. You support that. Okay. Which is a little graphical glitch there. Okay, so we pocketed these guys. These guys are going to attack into here with their support and their support. These guys, them, are going to attack down into here. Let's keep pushing, 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 pushing. You're here, you're going to support that attack, give another front, and you're going to also support that attack. And you're just a regiment, but hey, you're SS, you can do it, can't you? Yeah, actually you might. Head you south this way. We're going to get into there soon. Organize back up again. Is there like some fortifications or something? Nope. Okay. Let's look at the air battle. We're still not winning that terribly much. But back to here. Well, they're having enemy air superiority, and we're having, and they're getting air support. Okay, well that ain't good. Yeah, all the ones I want are over there. Okay, war with England bypassed, war with France, reassert Western claims. Okay. So, now that we've done that, where was that? That is somewhere here? Ah, down here. Okay, so we've got that. We bypassed this around Maginot. As soon as we're done with when we go into Norway, I want to make sure we go in hard to be able to pressure Sweden to keep Sweden from stopping trading with us. So we'll probably do this next. Western knowledge. Balkan dominance. Yeah, we want to do this too. I think we can do this here because I want to get I want to get trading for oil with and it's just 14 days. I want to get trading with oil with Romania as soon as possible. Okay, why are you still back here? Because you were up supporting various things. So you come to here. You again support there, and you again support there because they're now pushing. We got a new unit there. Okay. Right. You attack there, and you attack there. And you move to block any movement to there. So are you. You guys move this way. You guys move across the river. We're going to want troops on that side of the river, I think. You just got overly disorganized. So did you. You're fresh down here. You move to there. Okay, now, you're going to do another attack into here. And you're going to support that attack. Now that you're even just barely organized, get going back in again. How was our air situation? Still not great there. But we're doing good other places, so I guess that's all right. They're standing by. I got a whole squadron here standing by. Okay, you fly out to here and come up over here and do air superiority. Let's take a look at our supply situations. Some of these have taken a little bit longer. Okay. So the lighter the blue, the better, I presume, because we got good there, and getting into some red. So running out a bit of supply, but it'll take us a little while to get some of these. You can see the clock here going, remaining 6 days, and then we'll get some of this sections back or into proper use. Yeah, so far we're doing good here. You add to that push. Wow, these guys are fighting hard for being cut off. I know they have some fortifications, but they are cut off. Okay, well, at least we're now yellow there, it looks like. That's better than red. Much better than red. And now with that, because I was a little worried about how much... oh, we still need some bombers over west. Germany bombed the hell out of Warsaw. Oh, unreal. Okay, some naval action. Okay, so we lost a U-boat, but the French lost 3 transports. Very good. That's maybe almost worth it. Don't really know how important transports are. So far, my plan to, no, maybe, to keep the enemy from coming after my supply or commerce convoys have been working. Yeah, all it needs to do is just put a bunch of anti-submarine or anti-ship patrols out here at Cape Verde and stop it in one prov or one sea zone or whatever. You know, base them out of somewhere here. Oh well. Okay, all of this breakout has stalled. Now, okay, we have 53, and I should have done maybe that. Okay, we are building up slowly on stability. We have a lot of war support, but we're building assurance of victory. Now, we should get massive stability when we take Paris. We could requisition trucks, but it reduces factory output. We could requisition cars, collect metals. Well, we're not really needing those. Just check. Just see again. I'm just checking up. Round up horses. Ah, well, yeah, they did already have a massive thing like this. Emergency factory conversions. No, I don't need to do that. I still would rather just build more. Reform our military command. And just looking here. Additional consumer goods for factories. Increase pay rates for soldiers. Daily ruling parting support, add more support. We're doing good. I really don't know how much pay rates really matter to the soldiers in that. Return land for housing or farming. That. Decrease unemployment. How would we not have full employment? I get that for 100 days, well, a little more consumer goods there, but that I don't get. That whole thing here. Decrease unemployment. Realistically, I'm being very careful of what I don't know how much I should say here. And I'm generalizing because you'll find details in where I'm wrong. And economic policies, I don't like things that don't make sense for particular nations. So, and of course, this is a very Keynesian thing to have, but these types of things, like economic policies, need to be tailored to the realities of each nation, okay? As opposed to just generic. I really don't like just generic things that do not make sense to the realities of what was going on at this time. But as far as I know, I mean, truly, and I'm not, this isn't some, bravado thing. Prove me wrong if I'm wrong, because I want to learn. But in Germany, we're talking about in Germany, because we currently, yeah, we do have these occupied territories, but we're not, these aren't really occupied territories. I mean, yes, we've occupied them, but there's, still the war going on. It's not, the situation is settled. So we're not talking about in Poland, and we're not, well, we are sort of talking about Bohemia, Moravia. I'm on the fence of whether these should or shouldn't just be into the Reich. I think what I would do here for into the Reich, or what I would probably do, and I'm willing to change, and I know I'm skipping around on topics here a bit, I would probably just enter these into the Reich and radically reduce recruitable population, okay, for this region and this region. Because, again, when the Germans took over, they more or less, not if you're Jewish or gypsies or some other groups of people, but the standard population of the region, you could self-identify, so long as you wanted to self-identify and you could sputter out some German coherently. Not like, oh, hey, fool somebody into thinking you're fluent in German. But basically my understanding was, and this also goes for Poland as well. Again, my understanding, and there's the general government of Poland, and then there's the areas that re-annexed by Germany. I'm talking about the re-annexed by Germany area, and this goes for there as well. And I'm sure I'm getting some details wrong, but basically, if you could speak a bit of German, you could claim to be German in either Poland or Czechoslovakia. They weren't doing any great tests, any great stuff. If you were like, "Hi, I'm German," and they go, or "Guten Tag, meine est Deutsches," or whatever, I mean, maybe even that bad of German. I'm sure Niagara or Fritz or whoever's out there would laugh at that attempt at speaking German. But basically, if you could come out and say that kind of thing, you would, oh, German, click, stamp, German. Auf Wiedersehen, have a nice day, whatever, in German, and you could walk out. Now, you don't necessarily get to change back and forth. You get to, if you want to be German, you can be German. My understanding is most of the elites, the upper 20%, upper 30% of Prague, the citizens of Prague, could speak German. And you got to remember, up until basically 1919, as part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the elites of the Austro-Hungarian Empire spoke German and maybe French, but definitely German. 18th century, a bit more French, but by this point, German. So if you were a professional guy, you may have thought of yourself as a Czech, but you're in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you spoke German. Now, in Hungary, still, I don't know how much it would speak, the Hungarian part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, how much would speak German versus how much would speak Hungarian or other things. But here, definitely in the Austrian part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you wanted to speak German because that's what the overlords spoke. So the technical professions, all of these types of people spoke German. Once the Sudeten crisis started to build, not just, when it the Munich agreement happened, but start building a lot of Czechs not wanting to be presumed to be Sudeten Germans or Germans, German Czechs or something, Germans from their part, not wanting to be mistaken and like, I don't know, have somebody a waiter spit in your food. They actually started to go much more back to speaking Czech amongst themselves, where a lot of my understanding is up until 1935, 36 or something, but in the a lot of the elites continued to speak German to each other. That's my understanding. Prove me wrong. I'm happy to be proved wrong. So all these people, they could declare themselves German if they wanted to. And there wasn't, like for the SS, we were talking earlier in the live stream about requirements for the SS or something. It wasn't like they were going to do any deep dives onto your background. It was just, oh, okay. Now, if you were German, well, especially if you're a young man, you're subject to call up for the army. If you're a woman, eventually, service becomes somewhat mandatory for women. And, so you could decide early on, not like you sort of had to come and declare yourself. So that, so like all the, because they spend time, trust me, they spend time in switching over from whatever identity papers, driver's licenses or identity cards or whatever that may have existed in Czechoslovakia. I do not know what they were like, what the average citizen has as identification and whatnot in Czechoslovakia. Eventually, everybody's going to get reissued with something from Germany. Okay, so there's a process. During that process, that's when you get to declare it. You can't just like change your mind or switch back and forth. If you're going to declare yourself as German, fine, you're German. Now you're going to be subject to German, requirements like being drafted if you're the right age, whatnot. Lots and lots of Czechs did not sign up for that because that was just too collaborationist. They did not do that. Now, there were a lot of people that considered themselves a lot. Now, when I say a lot, I don't mean like a majority or even near a majority, but maybe 5% of the population of Prague consider themselves German and were like, hooray, waving, swastika flags when Germany finally enters Prague. There are a bunch of, people that are like, again, I'm not trying to say a majority of people, but there were a bunch of people that considered themselves ethnically German and were, hooray, the Germans are now ruling here again. Because they, again, from the old Austro-Hungarian Empire. And to them, especially to people not living in Germany, the swastika flag just sort of becomes the German flag and not so much of a party political flag. It was that too, obviously. But, so, they're just waving the flag and hooray, we're now all Germans together. So there's a bunch of that. And so this is why I'm sort of on the fence here for it. So much of the factory workers, much of the farm workers, much of all of that, whether they are drafted into German labor, German whatever, I'm saying that the Czechs or not, they continue more or less doing the same thing and continuing to be integrated into the German economy as a whole. If they're a potato farmer, they keep keep growing potatoes. If they're a worker in an automobile factory, they can maybe going from making sports cars to making trucks or whatever. So that there is some shifting of activity, but it's all going. So I don't know that within the game mechanics, and especially at this time, there is very little. When we can talk, there's a few big demonstrations, but these are for a few days of work stoppage and 30 Czech or some number, 60, 30. Again, don't quote me on the numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's less than 100. Get taken away and shot. Students, college students for some stuff. Yeah, there are some brutal measures going on. I'm not saying this is lovey-dovey, the Germans are nice people. No, they weren't. But this is integrating because, again, and I'm stressing that this was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This is integrating much, much more. And also this part up here, especially Danzig, but this part up here and a bit out here is integrating very, very quickly and very easily. They're not perfect now because this is part of the old German Empire. Not exactly sure. I'm pretty sure that this was, yeah, pretty sure this was part of, the Russian Empire, control of Poland. But up in here, this also gets integrated really good. And I would say very, very much overwhelming, like 80% of the population of Danzig were German. Danzig, it's Free State of Danzig was always a German city for this game purposes, and historically. So I would probably just integrate the way I would do this instead of having this fancy little state. I would just integrate it into Germany, and sort of, because for the most part, all you need is policing, meaning, yeah, guys may be armed with rifles and armed with pistols standing around. So I would just reduce the recruitable population to emphasize the majority of people, the overwhelming majority of people do not identify as Germans, and there is never a Czech Legion, a Czech collaborationist military unit out on the front. So, so if you were German, you very well could be drafted into the army. But if you weren't going to be. Now, you might be forced labor somewhere into some factory. But that, when I say forced labor into a factory, that very well may meaning that you're going to your home at night, your apartment at night. It's not that forced labor is not equated with people behind barbed wire camps. It's just meaning your new work assignment is at this factory. Show up at 7 a.m. in the morning and be ready to do whatever you're told to do. It's not necessarily relocation. It's not necessarily it's just now. And I say that because they're doing the same thing in Britain too. Maybe not in April of 1940, but by April of 1942, they're telling, woman, you're going to be at this factory at 7 a.m. and you're going to work there. And they're literally, they're doing that too, to a woman in Britain. Okay. It's forced labor in Britain. You are forced to get a job in the war industry, for women, not just for men. And so sometimes when you talk about forced labor, you're thinking evil Nazi, blah, blah, blah. Yes, they're evil. This isn't a justification of Nazi. But in Britain, unlike America, you can be drafted into the army. Not everybody of the military, it's not universal drafting of everybody of military age. Even of the young military, if you're over 30, you could join up, but you weren't going to be drafted. I think it was 35 or 40, you could, as a common recruit. Now they were, of course, bringing in and sometimes giving courtesy ranks to, or whatever, to other specialists. But I'm talking about your average citizen. You could join up. I don't, starting to get over 25, you're less and less likely to, America to be drafted. But if you're not drafted in World War II in America, yes, if you're drafted, you have to go. But if you're not drafted, and they don't draft women at all, so there's no forced women to do anything. And if you're a guy and you're not drafted, you don't have to do war work. You can go sit in the woods and carve. You just go hang out. You don't have to do war effort. You can start a business that has nothing to do with war effort. Now, of course, if your resource for the business requires a resource that's used in war, you might have difficulty in getting it, because there is a command economy happening in America and allocating of resources like lumber or like steel, for corrugated tin siding for a building, or bricks or whatever. There is allocation of resources. But if you don't need those resources, I don't know, like a tax consulting job. Like if you want to be a tax consultant for a rich person and try to figure out the income tax and how to, not even how to cheat it, just how to make sure you're paying it properly, you can go do that. If you're not drafted, you can go do whatever the hell you please in America during World War II. If you're not drafted and you're only men of military age, again, from my family history, one of my grandfathers, by the start of America World War II, he was older. He had 2 children. And he owned a butcher's shop. And that that alone, but still of draftable age, that alone would, being a butcher shop, that's a protected profession because they needed butchers. It wasn't as central. Meat packing and meat distribution in the grocery stores was not nearly as centralized as it is today. So he was an essential worker, as it were, not so much for the war effort, but to keep the people fed locally. So he was, and he didn't want to go, because a private's pay in the army wasn't going to feed his wife and children. They would literally be, and there wasn't, lots of, that's one thing, there wasn't lots of government aid for, there was charity for, charity organizations. Not that they would starve, but they wouldn't be able to live in a nice, an okay house and whatnot. So he does not go into the war. My other grandfather's just a few years younger. He doesn't go in because by the time World War II starts, he has 9 fingers and missing one on his left hand, and a couple of the others weren't working so good from a chemical accident in chemistry class. He pouring something in one beaker into another beaker and blows up on him. So now his brother, which I never met, he died either before I was born or shortly after. I've never met him. His brother was in the Marines in World War II, but having just 9 fingers and 2 of the other ones weren't terribly functional, sort of like Frodo of the 9 fingers, was meaning you were 4F or whatever, meaning you weren't qualified, they didn't need you. And he did work in the chemistry industry or whatever. I forget exactly what he was doing during World War II. He was working and doing something like that. In the, I think, petrochemical, oil type industry, because that's what his career was, oil. In the oil, working for oil industry. So one case it was, sort of a protected job and slightly older, so he was never drafted, and the other one being 4F, wouldn't pass because they didn't need him. They had enough able-bodied men. So in America, you could sit the war out. In Britain, you couldn't. They were forcing you to do something, even if you were older men. Not so much older women, because you might be needed to take care of, your grandchildren, if you get my meaning. But young women, by 42, 43, they had to go into war work, unless they could get an exemption, like maybe you had too many kids. But even then, it was still, women's land army, or join the ATS, or other sort of women's auxiliary to the military, or go into factories. So there was forced labor in Britain during World War II. This is not to say that that's wrong or right, because Britain needed that, when you're in the middle of a war for survival. So when I say forced labor, the Germans were doing forced labor too, to themselves. But they were also doing forced labor to their subjects, shall we say, in Czechoslovakia. Forced labor doesn't necessarily mean like going to some, you would maybe prisoner of war camp that's around a factory. It doesn't necessarily mean that. It just means that they're allocating your labor to a particular industry, to whatever it's doing. So this is what is required if you're a Czech, not to go into the military. So I would probably say it would probably, and unlike the very end of the war Czech uprising, very, because Germany in 1945, when the war ends, still basically controls Bohemia, mostly because the Americans are rushing towards Berlin and the Soviets are rushing towards Berlin, and then the Americans are also rushing down towards Berchtesgaden, try to secure that, because they know Hitler may try to flee Berlin down to there and secure down here. So this is just sort of combination of the defensive ring of mountains and other priorities. They don't push. This is still held by the Germans until the end, but there is a brief Prague uprising that gets put down. But otherwise, mostly this is peaceful during the war. So there really should not be much in the way of, disruption and resistance. There are a few big cases and a minor trickling, but that could just simply be handled by a lower recruiting population. And since most of it, you don't need a lot of heavy equipment. You're not like fighting partisans in Yugoslavia or Greece, where there's lots of battles and whatnot going on. It's just sort of security forces. Yeah. I would just handle with reduction. I would just, when you take over and have an event that just radically reduces down recruitable population and whatnot. And that's what I would do. That's how I would probably choose to do this in game terms. I know it was Bohemia and Moravia as, you know, protectorate of that as a combination of state, but from game mechanics. So, yeah, that's how I would change that. Okay, back to playing. Enough ranting. Hopefully it was interesting. They're down to 2 divisions. Are they... Okay, we've got... Oh, they're being pushed back. Okay, alright, well, these guys and these guys should push into there. They're pushing into there. Yes, we'll add that to there. Maybe reinforcements. You guys head over to here. Okay, whether it's building more, are we building more? Maybe that was building more. Or conquering a few more military factories. Well, let's look at our needs. Sometimes we should ignore our needs, but sometimes we need to look at that. I think I did reduce recon equipment production to like 1 factory. Let's see if that's at 1 factory. Is recon. Okay, we're at 2 factories. Oh, I think I increased it to that. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's high attrition, something other for that equipment. So let's do that. You move into there. Okay, so let's see. You move into there. You attack there. Once that attack starts, you're going to support it, and you're going to support it. Overwhelm that 1 mountain division that isn't anywhere near the mountains. Not that it shouldn't be there, it just... You're going to have a mountain division. Let's put it in the mountains. Okay, get the motorized forces going there, and you're going to support that attack. You push up into there. Okay, improve core HQs. Very nice. Where is that? Oh, there we go. Okay, so we've just got improved core HQs, which is over here, which will increase army experience, maximum command, general size. We could do that. I do want to do that, but let's take a look around it. I think there's nothing left to do on World War I for Germany. Okay, we have done 1940. We could push ahead. April, oh, well, okay, yeah, 200 days. Okay, speed, we could do this right now, elastic defense. That would be 246 days, but it's not pushing ahead. For 100, okay, well, that might be worth the 100 military experience. Let's look over here. Design adaptations. Combat medics. Experience soldier loss, chance to get wounded loss. Oh, that's expensive time. Okay, well, I think we'll spend the 100 here and do that. Maybe not worth it, but let's see what we can do. So, okay, so now we've got the Soviet Union declaring war on Poland. Okay, now we're pushing in there. These guys here can support that. Make sure that that battle happens fast. Quick. You guys can start crossing the river to there. I know we're going to get... Oh, well, you can stop moving to there. No, stop moving. Yes. And... Oh, pause. You and you guys attack into there. Alright, coal liquefaction. It looked like that is good. That is great. They were doing it much earlier than this, but maybe not at scale. Indirect was that. I guess maybe indirect. I guess I don't know which one it was. Okay, I guess it was this. Chemical industry 2, 107 days. Lack resources penalty minus 100 or minus 1%. Factory output plus 3%. Supply in controlled state plus 4%. Supply in controlled core state plus 4%. Don't know how that's different unless that's additive. Synthetic refinery production speed cost speed is up by 5% for rubber. That is very good. It's only 170 days, and I say only, but we were starting to go down already in our fuel with all this usage. Storage capacity is good, but if I'm can't even fill it up, I mean, why do it? I mean, there's reasons to do it, but now here's going to be over a year if we start now on this fuel gain for oil, fuel gain from refineries. You know, just looking at long term, okay, this is going to deal with rubber once we get this, but that will get us a bunch more rubber for however many rubber factories we have. It'll take a year. For that, it'll take... Let's do this. We'll wait a bit on that. Don't know, we may have made a big mistake, but we'll see how this goes. You guys attack there. Part of the reason I'm attacking across this river is so there's not just a lot of free divisions for them to constantly rotate into Warsaw. Okay, so here you attack along with you and you. Right. Now they're forcing these guys back up north, but we're going to counterattack there instead of just moving in to reinforce that. But you can move that way because we do want to push more east. Okay, you guys are moving in there, so you push into there. The good counterattack. Okay, you guys keep moving that this way. It looks like we've won that battle, and we're pushing north into Danzig. Okay, has called Sincan into the Polish war. Okay, you guys also join that battle for there. Get those guys as they're fleeing. What are we doing over here? Well, how's Japan doing? Okay, nice enough, I guess. Let's take a look at the air war. I'm a little worried about. Okay, in the west we're doing good, and we're still just yellow over Poland, but okay. Over Warsaw, but you guys get into there. Yes, you guys join them. Embargo the kingdom. I don't need to. I don't know. Probably cancel that. Let's take a look at some of these. Well, we did before. There's too much to do here. Why would we want to give Himmler a high command? I don't understand that. Is there something required? Swedish trade relations. Okay, we're in May, guys. We need to be wrapping this up. I want it just done sooner. Take Warsaw. Come on. Okay, you guys attack back into here now that you're fully reorganized, and you, like before, support the attack, and so do you support that attack. So we got 3 divisions all pushing. Okay, they've pushed up into here, and now you push into there. You come down that way while we're attacking. Okay, we're across the river here. Well, we've pushed along the river, I guess. And you just counterattack there. Just keep messing with them. We're going to get up there soon. I also have a new general there. Okay, well, we have Danzig. We can now move this way. You guys over here can support that attack. You join the attack, generally speaking. Roll up from that side. You can cross that river there. Help that division out. Okay, you guys all march on Krakow. There's a sort of intermediate province there. Okay. Well, you support. Well, unread naval results battle. Are we having an invasion somewhere? Okay, we lost a transport out here. Okay, so far there's been no action here. Let's look over here. Okay, what I want to do now, I think, well, I wanted to do it for some time, but let's move you to here. Let's come over here and move you to here. And you, how far out are you? Okay, yeah, you can also move to here. Hunt and destroy research has been finished. Hopefully that will help And you know what we should also do here is, oh, not that. Let's come over here, do this, and put this on avoid as well, unless they're told. That way our convoy, instead of coming through the North Sea, will skim along the Norwegian coast. And that may be less. And we could even block off Shetland and send them out around that way too. Okay. Now that was, I think it was an air thingy. Yeah, air tactic or something. Okay. Yeah, I think, oh, well, 41. Okay, unless I want to spend, well, I could spend 100 and get that. Well, it's only 48 days. I mean, it's not, it was like 50 days less. Okay, 1940. Okay, or 41. Multi-roll, do I want to do? Probably Arno would say, if he was still paying attention, would say I should do the Falkwolf 190. I don't know. Would he say that if he's still paying attention? Better cast. Recon. Naval bomber. Why can't we enable equipment heavy research? Oh, we've got to. Oh, we've got to do transport before we get the. Okay, so we're going to do transport first. Okay, so I want to get the Falk or the Condor up. I didn't know I had to do. It didn't. Yeah, it didn't register on me. I mean, not that it didn't say. It did say, but it didn't say as clearly as I might like it to say. You guys attacked over there. Okay, you guys attack into there with your support. I want the Condors. The Condors are pretty cool. They were a weak airframe, but damn, they had range and could really do well. Got fighters there. Okay. Yeah, let's move you just a little closer. Fall of Warsaw. Very good. Yep, and that is, I think, original color photo from the parade that eventually happens. After Poland surrenders. But yeah. Where did they move their capital? Down at Krakow. Well, I'm already... Improved rubber processing. Okay, I'm already pushing towards Krakow. And let's look over here at 1940. If you're gonna, and I probably should have done this even earlier, but this increased research speed. If you're gonna do it early, do it quick, get it done, because it magnifies its effect. Okay, guys. Well, you push down into here. You support that push. Okay, we stopped the counterattack on Warsaw. You have lost all organization. Well, let's see about breaking out here. So, send you that way. No, 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 oh, no. Yeah, like that. You guys can support that attack. I don't know what you want that way. What do you do? I don't know. You probably don't know either. But... The Russians are pushing in. They're actually fighting. So there has been Polish units on the border with Russia all this time. Which there was historically some of that, but still. Yeah, that's why I talk about the bad combat AI. Oh, good. We made it into here. So, yes, infantry division, you just keep going there. You go into there because you're unopposed, and so are you. So you rush to there. You join this attack there. And so do you. You should attack back up. Get there soon. With a bunch more divisions. Another naval battle out here. What's going on? Okay. Whoa, we got a transport out here. We sunk a transport by U-51. And we sunk 9 transports here. Very good. We've got a battle going here. Unknown ship. Okay. Receive the critical hit. We've got some submarines. Well, we're actually doing fairly good right now. Now we have another. Okay. Oh, we did an air attack on some British shipping, it looked like. The Krakow, maybe that'll bring an end to the Poles. Okay, well, you guys attack. You support. No, support. Attack. you two can support the attack. Oh, more military factories here. Okay. Pause. I'll look at this. Just a moment. Okay. Yeah, I know we reduced uniforms and equipment. I think we just spammed out a bunch of divisions here. Is that what happened? And we're, I don't know, or maybe that, yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't know. Recon equipment is still pretty low, but I think what we're going to do here is to keep, let's do some more fighter production. Standard fighters. I know you're obsolete, but just keep producing. That's what I want you to do. Okay, let's see. We got Balkan dominance. Restrictions on Bulgaria lifted. The Greek government has agreed to the rearmament of the Bulgarian military after the Great War. Bulgaria has been limited in its military efforts and production. Bulgaria records fighting, however. Okay, so they've been lifted. Now, in the way. Okay, we just okay, we bypassed this. Completed. Does that mean that they're getting this correctly? Because they're in the axis now, or something, because they're already here, I guess, I hope. Okay, and Balkan dominance, which we wanted to do to get into here. 35 days military training. Hope we'll do that soon. I think develop the Hungarian aviation industry. Well, assembly plant. We're added to the national stockpile. Okay. Second Vienna Award, 21 days. This probably should get in force Romania in, maybe. I don't know. Weserbung. Around Maginot is probably where we need to go right now. Yep, around Maginot now, because we want to hit there soon. Okay, yeah, I see we're sort of rebuilding that. Okay, we're getting, Well, I think at this point we're going to end this episode. I want to thank you so much for making it this far. I want to thank Tim, Stronger, Niagara, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, Gary, Garrett, Marcus, Folk, who may still be in chat, and of course the great Hoffmanator for support over on Patreon. But everybody, I just got to thank people who want to contribute that much. I really do. Thank you so much. And everybody else, I just hope you like the videos, and please, if you made it this far, post a comment. It helps feed the algorithm, and it let me know who's watching and what's going on. Just say hi if nothing else. So thanks everyone. See you next time for yes, even more Hearts of Iron. All right, let's make a save, and I think we're going to end this here for today. I know there's still a few people hanging around. I see you out there, but in the stats that feedback, I will be back tomorrow with War Thunder. Hope Arno will join me, and anybody else is invited to join and play along, not just watch. So thank you all, and hopefully see you tomorrow. And of course we'll be back next Saturday, at least should be, with more Hearts of Iron. So thank you everyone. See you then.